Good morning, everyone. Let's get started. This hearing of the Civilian Oversight Commission for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department will come to order. We have a very full agenda today, which includes several items that the commission was not able to get to at our last meeting because at some point during the meeting we lost a quorum. Let me start by calling on Ms. Jordan to explain how members of the public can participate during this meeting, and then I'll ask Robert Flores to translate those comments into Spanish. Ms. Jordan.
Good morning and welcome. If you wish to speak in person at today's meeting, please turn in your public comment card at the table with the public comment sign. If you are remote, raise your hand in WebEx or press *3 on the phone. Each person who signs up for public comment will have 3 minutes to speak. Please note that the chair may adjust the time allotted to less than 3 minutes for each public comment, depending on the number of individuals who have public comment.
Ms. Jordan, just given the agenda, we're going to have to limit public comment to 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you. For each agenda item, I will call the public comment after our commission discussion. General public comment will be heard near the ending of the meeting agenda under non-agenda public comment, item 12. Now I will turn it over to Commission's Community Services Coordinator, Robert Flores, who will announce the public comment rules in Spanish.
Buenos días, le damos la bienvenida a esta reunión a miembros de la comunidad. Quienes prefieren hacer sus comentarios en español, le daremos 2 minutos y podemos proveer traducción al inglés. Simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y le diremos cómo proceder. Gracias.
All right, so let me just briefly mention the code of conduct that applies to the Oversight Commission's hearings. We had a disruptive incident at our last meeting by a member of the public who did not respect the rules of conduct for our meeting. So let me emphasize that all attendees at commission meetings are expected to follow our code of conduct. And as a reminder, the key features of that code of conduct are, and I'll start with first, is everyone is to be respectful of others and refrain from profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, or demeaning or abusive language. 2, be respectful of the views expressed by others, even if you disagree with them. That includes speakers, staff, the commission members, panelists, and the like. 3rd, no one is permitted to disrupt the orderly conduct of the commission's meeting. And 4th, any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the meeting. We also asked, by the way, that speakers cease speaking when their time has ended and that public comments relate to the subject of the agenda item being discussed. Please note on the agenda that the non-agenda general public comments, things or topics not on our agenda, there's time provided for public comment there, and that will be heard toward the end of the meeting. Public comment does not include the right to engage in dialogue or debate with commission members or anyone else present. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Jordan to call the roll.
We will now move to conduct roll call. Chair Robert C. Bonner.
Here.
Co-Vice Chair Luis S. Garcia.
Here.
Co-Vice Chair Hans Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Arthur Callaway. Absent. Commissioner Irma Cooper.
Present.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins.
Here.
Commissioner James P. Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Jaman R. Hicks. Absent. Commissioner Sean Kennedy, excused. Chair Bonner, we have a quorum. I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. let's turn immediately to item 4, which is the consent calendar. The only item on the consent calendar are the meetings from our last meeting in October. Looks like, by the way, on page 4, we probably should insert the word allegedly. This relates to Mr. Harlan's statements. So with that amendment, though, do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Second?
I second.
All right, let me just, let's do this by a voice vote. All those in favor of approval of the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, so that's 6 ayes. The chair votes aye. So we can move on to that with that slight amendment to the minutes. Move on to the next item on the agenda, which is family impact remarks. I believe we have some family impact remarks, but let me ask you, Ms. Jordan, if we do, and then if you would call the whoever it is that wishes to make family impact remarks.
Yes, we do have family impact remarks. First, we will hear from the family of Eugene Wesley Youngblood.
There was somebody who, yes.
We have the family members of Eugene Wesley Youngblood. Please take the mic.
Hi, my name is Gina Youngblood, the fourth sibling to Eugene Youngblood. On June 5th, 2024, my brother, Eugene Youngblood, was taken in police custody where he died. Now, you may be aware or not aware of the situation, but Officer Luna, because you are the overseer and need to weed out all of the bad apples from your department, and our family blames the department that was involved. I want to touch on the neglect and unlawful detainment that continues to occur in the community, specifically Black and brown communities, on a day-to-day basis. The deputy claims my brother was in distress and was ill. So if you seen him like that when unlawfully rolled up on him, you guys are trained to know and ask before even taking someone into the station. Are you in need of medical attention? Do you need to be escorted to the hospital? Even once getting to the station, there are supposed to be screened by medical staff and checked out. None of that was presented to my brother or asked. The question remains the same. Where was my brother? Why was my brother eye black? Why was my brother giving 2 cans of Narcan? You guys are not trained to think. You guys are trained to know how to serve and protect, not abuse and neglect. Taking away one's right and thinking you guys are God is not acceptable. If Eugene death was such a medical reason, where is the footage? Why we didn't get no footage from the Lancaster station, the deputy's body cam, or the SWAT car for the initial arrest? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the family of Francisco Nunez.
Good morning, Sheriff. Good morning, committee. Just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to speak once again on behalf of my brother, Francisco. Luna, you're the leader of this department, and here I am again. You were elected by us, the people, for the people. We, the people, entrusted in you. We, the people, entrusted in you with a clear mandate that you would be the one to bring new leadership and accountability to the sheriff's department, and that you would end this vicious deputy gang problem. I understand that you just inherited this deputy gang problem, but when you were elected as a sheriff, you came into this department knowing the nature of these deputy gangs, corruption, and their vicious acts of violence, covering up murders, committing murders against Black and brown people. You continue to defend these sick individuals. You specifically stated, and I quote, I will not only get rid of gangs within the sheriff's department, but I will also change LASD's culture to ensure that gangs do not resurface in the future. The training's not going to do it. These are gangs who wear a badge while committing murders, then covering it up. They need to be fired, held accountable, and prosecuted. I go to work every day. I do my job effectively, professionally, as I'm expected to. I follow the rules, policies, and procedures at all times. I treat my coworkers with dignity and respect and with mannerism as they deserve it. Unlike these deputies, they feel they don't owe me that or anyone. They turned around and murdered my brother while wearing that badge. The same individuals who swore to protect and serve the county of Los Angeles. The individuals who are expected to follow ethics and policy. They have an affirmative duty to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and the California Constitution, not violate it. Instead, they're taking the law into their own hands and murdered my brother. Why are my calls not answered? Why hasn't Lieutenant Diaz returned my messages and phone calls? Why does Lieutenant Silverstein from Gang Unit have the audacity to send me a 10-day contact notice letter, which he dated the letter October 21st, 2024, then doesn't mail it out until October 31st, 2024. I received it on November 3rd, beyond the 10-day notice stated in his letter, clearly attempted to set me up for failure. Now I have deadlines. I've been waiting 8 months for a response and for something, but your department doesn't have deadlines? This is just yet another proven form of retaliation from them. Are you even aware of how they're manipulating your own complaint system? Because they are. Why is your staff not doing their part? Who told your Sergeant Waters he's allowed to threaten me and tell me that he will retaliate against me? And this is exactly proof that they are. Why is Detective White taking this so personal over a complaint? What is he scared of? That I know that he's involved in my brother's murder? I've been waiting 8 months for a resolution to my complaints. I want answers. These are detectives, sergeants, and lieutenants that you have promoted, and they are absolutely abusing their power. Clearly, my complaints are not being monitored by the OIG. I've had plenty of conversations with Ms. Williams. I've addressed the issue. I get no responses. This is unacceptable, Sheriff. I will not be bullied by my fellow coworkers into silence. I refuse to endure this nonstop harassment. Detective Sanchez, an identified bandito out of the East LA station, became our rival since the very beginning, not our advocate between us, LASD, and the coroner's office. How does the coroner still not know and cannot explain to me how Francisco died? One of the biggest concerns I have in a homicide case where there's a body found laying in a busy, high-traffic alley, allegedly for 5 days, knowingly that Francisco had contact with your deputies days before, he was beat, he had handcuff marks. This is how I found my brother. For someone that just accidentally died and there was no trauma, these are just images. I can't even show you his face, the rest of his body. What is this? What is this? It's just insane. Those are abrasions, lacerations that are not naturally there. And the investigator Fierro clearly stated to me, Francisco was placed there and he was moved twice. And he had only hours of being deceased upon him being found. And suddenly it became an accident. He just took himself out. Never questioned my witnesses. You can't show me footage where allegedly Francisco lays there for 5 days. Why? because it's not true. He wasn't there for 5 days. This is a LA County Coroner's Office, the most powerful coroner's office in the world. You can pull a string out of my sweater right now, and the coroner will tell you what sheep it came from. And you can't tell me how my brother died? You can't question people? It was an accident? But Dr. Sakar, with the autopsy results, investigators' reports, and summaries just don't add up. They don't make sense. They are a disaster, incomplete, inaccurate, missing names, wrong dates and times. It's almost as if they wrote the reports this way on purpose to create confusion and mislead, hoping that I wouldn't pay attention to the reports. I've seen the crime scene pictures. I identified my brother. I knew instantly something went wrong that night. He was beat. I noticed abrasions, his swollen face, blood on his lips. That was forms of blunt force trauma. LASD stated no trauma was found. We spent 1 hour at the funeral home with him. 1 hour and many pictures after. The trauma was clearly visual. The handcuff marks, forensic evidence does not lie. It's not biased. It has no default memory, evidence that is concrete. I spoke to the doctor once he completed the autopsy. He confirmed Francisco was not there for 5 days. He agreed he noticed marks on his wrist that cuffs can cause. After speaking with me, the coroner released a statement right away indicating no trauma, no pattern injuries, and no handcuff marks. Why was the coroner specific on the handcuff detail after we had spoke? Why did he mention handcuffs after he had spoke to me? 8 months, and I have yet to receive any of the results from the blood samples, the nail kit, and the hair kit. I had several conversations with Detective Sanchez about the DNA testing, and I demanded the testing and the results. Why was Mike Rivas from LASD present during my brother's autopsy? Why did detectives request a certain time and date for Francisco's autopsy? Why did they request a 2-hour notification prior to the autopsy? Why couldn't the coroner perform its duty for the autopsy without approval from homicide? How is this not a conflict of interest? I want somebody to answer me this. I want to know, our family wants somebody to answer this. Who instructed Dr. Sakar to perform a neck dissection on my brother to make sure he wasn't strangled? A CT scan was done. That would have proved that he wasn't strangled. California has a law, Luna, and that is Penal Code 135, destroying or concealing evidence. I want to know if the coroner's office and LASD qualify under the same law, or are they also above the law? Or does this law apply to the coroner and LASD as well when it comes to destroying, tampering, or concealing evidence in an ongoing homicide case? I just want justice for Francisco. I'm here to advocate on Francisco's behalf. I will never get my brother back. He's gone. But I'm here, I'm his voice, and I will tell his story. The truth will prevail. I will be here every month moving forward to ensure that his death doesn't go in vain. This is exactly why this committee must be granted access, permission to confidential, especially homicide cases involving LASD, issue subpoenas, and independently investigate LASD and anything relating to deputy misconduct. Maybe this committee would be able to hold law enforcement amongst other departments accountable for their actions and bring back trust into this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Bonner, I turn it back over to you. No further
you.
family impact remarks.
I'm just wondering, I know the Nunez family has appeared several times before this commission, and perhaps we've already done this, but it seems to me, first of all, it's correct that the Oversight Commission itself is being denied access to investigative reports. So there's, right now, the present posture, we could not get access and review the investigative reports with respect to the death of Francisco Nunez. There's some very serious accusations being made here. I mean, the accusation is murder. This is not just a use of excessive force. This is something that would be intentional, taking of the life of another, which is in our state murder. So it's a serious accusation, to be sure. My suggestion would be, since we're not going to be able to access the investigative reports, but to ask the Office of Inspector General to review the investigative reports in this matter, including all the video. I know the families had access to the video, but to review all the video and the investigative reports and report back to the Oversight Commission on this. Ms. Williams is here, I know. I mean, perhaps we've already referred this to you. I can't recall that we have, and if we have, fine. If we haven't, then I might need a motion, and let's do that. Ms. Williams?
We have done some oversight on this case. I did go
No, I mean
with-
on behalf of the commission.
Yeah, I understand. And we can certainly review all of the investigative files, but we are aware of the case and we have done, made some inquiries and reviewed some of the evidence. But we can certainly look at the entire file.
All right, well, I would make that a motion to ask the Inspector General to review the investigative reports and the video and report back to the Oversight Commission to the extent they can, consistent with state law, on their findings and conclusions. Do I have a second for the motion?
I second.
All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm an aye. Opposed, no, nay. Any abstentions? All right, that motion is carried 6-0. Okay.
And just as you mentioned, in accordance with state law, because there are times when it's an active criminal case that the Sheriff's Department has not wanted to give us all the information. I don't expect that to happen in this case. Obviously, we cannot obstruct a criminal investigation per state law. So that would be the only impediment.
By the way, I don't think there is an active criminal investigation, but you can look into that and report back to us if that's the case and if that poses an impediment. I'd like to move on with the agenda, partly because I want to get to the.
Before we do that, I just do want to note that Commissioner Callaway has joined us from the Antelope Valley, and that both family impact remarks this morning reflect voices who traveled here at great expense and sacrifice more than 2 hours through difficult traffic, especially today, to be here. And I just want to recognize the bearing of witness that we just heard from these family members who have repeatedly come from the Antelope Valley to make their voices heard at this meeting, and the significance of that particular presence here. And to note, I am disturbed by the evidence cited about the complaint and the clock being run out, even on the postmarks of the mail involved, from a 10-day period being given to follow up on a complaint, and the evidence that that was not put into the mail until 10 days after the date of the letter. That is a detail that I think is indicative of at least some incompetence, and if not bad faith, on the part of the communication with the aggrieved family. I think that is a telling piece of evidence, and I just want to thank the family. I want to thank Cindy Nunez for being here, as I want to thank Gina Youngblood for being here. Your voices matter, and the details and the quality of the advocacy you are presenting to this commission matters. And I want to thank you again for presenting evidence last month. The Assistant Sheriff, Paula Tokar, was here representing the Sheriff's Department. I believe some commitments were made by the Assistant Sheriff on behalf of LASD to follow up with the Youngblood family. And I do want to ask if follow-up can be made about the complaint process and what looked like, at least according to the evidence, a possible effort to run out the clock on the response that the family was entitled to regarding an appeal of the complaint. I do want that noted in the record, and I want to thank the Antelope Valley voices all gathered here today at considerable effort to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry,
and
Chair.
all of that will be noted for the record.
Chair, just a quick question. I just want to know, like, where can we find the complaint policy for the sheriffs and the OIG so that we might be able to review it?
Well, we're on the agenda, Commissioner Callaway. We are actually getting a briefing from the OIG on their complaint process, and obviously our own complaint process. Let's have a discussion with the executive director with respect to that. Okay, I want to move on to item 6 on the agenda, which starts, there's several reports, which includes a report from the chair, from me. So, and I think there are 2 items there, and I'm going to start with item B. So this is 6.1B of the chair's report, which deals with the status or an update on the status of the proposed revisions, the commission's proposed revisions to 3.79 of the county code. By way of background, on September 19th, at our September 19th, 2024 meeting, the commission approved and recommended to the Board of Supervisors several key revisions to Chapter 3.79 of the county code. That's the part of the county code that established the Civilian Oversight Commission almost exactly 8 years ago, and which was then amended about 4 years ago by Measure R, the voter initiative, which gave the Oversight Commission the independent authority to investigate all matters relevant to oversight responsibilities of the commission with respect to the Sheriff's Department, and also and importantly provided the Oversight Commission with independent power to subpoena witnesses and documents. Our proposed revisions that we made in last September, a couple of months ago, clarify our obligation is to provide independent oversight of the Sheriff's Department, that our duties include the ability not just to study and make recommendations regarding policies and procedures and compliance with those policies and procedures, but also to propose changes in existing policies and procedures that we believe are needed by the Sheriff's Department as part of our oversight duties. They're needed partly, in part, to professionalize the Sheriff's Department and to reform the Sheriff's Department so that's and the like. And it also includes our ability, it specifically includes our ability to actually review complaints and how they're being handled by the Sheriff's Department, which is not now explicitly in the 3.79 of the county code. But it also includes, importantly, and I'll get to this in a moment, but the ability to access information to assure that policies are being complied with. After the commission approved the proposed revisions on September 19th, our executive director, as directed by the commission, forwarded these proposed revisions to the Board of Supervisors through the executive office for the board, the executive officer of the board, which is Mr. Edward Yen. They were forwarded to Mr. Yen on September 20, 2024. We understand that the process is that the executive officer forwards such proposed revisions to the county council for legal review and preparation of what's called a board letter with the proposed amendments. At a recent meeting that both I and our executive director, Ms. Mosley, had with county council, Don Harrison, that was on November 5th, or just a couple of weeks ago, I was surprised to learn that the executive office had not formally submitted the Oversight Commission's proposed revisions to county council. Thereafter, at my request, our executive director did consult with the executive office for the board, and I am happy to report that she was informed that the Oversight Commission's proposed revisions were formally transmitted to the county council for its review last Friday, November 15th. By the way, that's nearly 2 months after we forwarded our recommended revisions to the executive office. We're hopeful, and indeed we're cautiously optimistic, that the county council will move forward expeditiously with completing its review and drafting of the board letter so that our proposed revisions can be placed on the Board of Supervisors agenda in the near future. Both I and the executive director will report further on this at our next meeting in December as to where this stands because of its importance to the ability of this commission to perform effective oversight. I'm going to segue and discuss the specific provision that would give the commission access to information, confidential information, including investigative reports, force review reports, and the like. But before I do that, I'm mindful of the fact that Sheriff Luna schedule is going to require him probably to leave about 10 o'clock this morning. And so I want to sort of skip ahead on the agenda, and then we'll come back to the chair's remarks in a moment, but skip ahead on the agenda so that we could hear from the sheriff, get any report he wishes to make to the commission, and also have an opportunity for the commission, the members of the commission, to ask the sheriff any questions they might have. Sheriff, can I turn it over to you at this point?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and good morning to everybody. And just in sidebar communications with the OIG's office, I just confirmed that the Francisco Nunez case is not an active criminal investigation. It's still an active death investigation. So the Office of the Inspector General has access to everything that we have regarding that case. Just want to put that out there. Regarding our update, just a couple of things, and then I'll leave it for questions for any of the commissioners. Over the last 30 days, we're always busy. Our men and women are always out there doing a lot of work. The last 30 to 45 days presented some unusual challenges for us. We gotten through the election. There was a lot of concern across the country, specifically here in our region, about making sure that the election was going to be fair, that people had access to the polling locations. I'm happy to report that we had no significant incidences at any of our polling locations throughout Los Angeles County. We work hand in hand with the county recorder's office, even to the point where we had hundreds of deputies involved in transporting ballots by boat, by vehicle, by helicopter. And for everything I've heard, everything went as well as it could have. The Dodgers won the World Series, just letting everybody know. And after some of the games that occurred, there were some, I'm going to call them minor challenges throughout the county of Los Angeles. We know they won the World Series. At the very end, after Game 7, we had Game 5. Thank you. After Game 5, when they won the World Series, we had some challenges. We were working with our law enforcement partners in the region, specifically LAPD. Although we had some isolated incidents, I'm really proud of the Dodger fans throughout LA County. I think 99% of them behaved very well. And we participated in the celebration parade from a security perspective. We had well over 250,000 people in the Civic Center area. And again, happy people, celebratory, and no significant issues to report. But that doesn't happen by accident. Again, our men and women out there in uniform were providing security and celebrating with the fans. At the same time, we had what was probably one of the most serious red flag warnings that we've had here in our region. Luckily for us, other than smaller fires that occurred where we're helping other county partners, including the LA County Fire Department, we saw the devastation up in Ventura County. You know, we pray for all those that lost homes up there and the impacts that they had. Although there's probably so much other things to report on, I do want to talk about something that is coming up a lot for us in the last couple of weeks, or actually since the election results were what they were, and that is the issue of immigration. And I wanted to make it very clear to our entire community that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department does not and will not conduct civil immigration enforcement. What does that mean? That means that when our deputies continue to make contact with people out on the street, whether it's a consensual contact or we take somebody into custody, an investigation, and anything in between, we do not stop people to determine their immigration status. We do not ask about their status during investigations unless it has an absolute bearing on the case, such as a human trafficking case, which we unfortunately get a lot of those. In our jails, we do not ask about legal status. We do not notify ICE of release dates. And we do not hold people for immigration purposes or give access to county data basis. And the only reason or the only way we would release somebody into ICE custody is with a signed order from a federal judge, which I want to throw out there that in 2023 and year to date in 2024, we do not have documentation of one of those so far. I'm answering a lot of questions, a lot of media interest about not only what we do now, but what we will do when the new administration takes over. I don't see much changing for us here locally. We follow Senate Bill 54, which was enacted in 2017, which basically precludes us from working with ICE under most circumstances. And we keep to that here in the region because we understand our community is much different than many others, even across this state or across this country, where almost 1/3 of our population are immigrants and a good portion of that are undocumented. And if people start believing that we are assisting ICE in these type of activities, it erodes or deteriorates the public trust that we have. And we want people who are immigrants or undocumented, who are either victims or witnesses of crime, to be able to come forward and relay that information, not only to members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, but any law enforcement agency that's out there. So that's the quickest summary I can give you of our immigration stance. The next meeting I'm going to, which is very shortly here, I will be discussing the same because there's a whole lot of interest in that right now.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you for that
Thank you.
commitment and for that
And
summary.
let me ask if are there any members of the commission that have questions or comments. Commissioner Johnson.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification and for that proactive reminder about the LASD's refusal to engage in cooperation and mass raids, roundups, family detentions, family separations, as may be ordered and is being promised, with, I would say, a flourish of cruelty and dread. The words shock and awe are being used by appointees or expected appointees of the incoming administration. And I just wanted to ask if this sheriff's department, aware of the caustic threats, the absolute corrosion of public trust that such activities threaten, if this sheriff's department might consider going one step further and recognizing the authority and the power that it has in working with other local partner law enforcement agencies to ask that any local agency that wants to participate and cooperate with LASD similarly consider a prohibition on involvement and its badge-wearing officers' involvement in any such efforts to be conscripted in law enforcement raids designated by the federal government into the homes, workplaces, and other facilities in our communities that may be requested by the federal government, which will only be able to succeed with local law enforcement participation. And I just want to note that the LAUSD yesterday made sure that it was committing to a similar policy that had a preemptive force to it. And I wanted to ask if the LASD might consider making a similar kind of policy that has force over its local partners and exerts a similar kind of statement of values and preemptive authority.
Yes, I'm absolutely open to it. Those conversations are taking place, I'm going to say as we speak, because it's still newer. I will continue to take a leadership role amongst the agencies within LA County Chiefs. I know I've had discussions with the new LAPD Chief, Jim McDonald, and then I will be having similar conversations with the new District Attorney, Nathan Hockman, as well. So yeah, those conversations are taking place, but they're going to be in a broader sense. Because I belong to different organizations such as major county sheriffs, California state sheriffs, major county chiefs, those conversations will be taking place amongst that group. It is a very diverse group from different counties, and not every county in this state thinks like Los Angeles County. And I'll leave it at that.
Other questions or comments to the sheriff? Other commissioners?
Chair Bonner, I have a question.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Garcia.
More of a comment. I just wanted to share an accomplishment that I was able to participate in the jail. On November 6th, Sheriff, I was able to attend the graduation ceremony for 16 graduates that came from the 3,000 floor, 4,000 floor, 5,000 floor, 9,000 floor, and Twin Towers. I think it's no easy feat getting individuals from Twin Towers over to this 3,000 chapel for the graduation ceremony, let alone the different security statuses. But one thing that I wanted to point out was that the invitation that was brought forth and the family members that were able to spend that, time with their loved ones and see them graduate. In particular, there was one of the student speakers was a 68-year-old veteran, Navy veteran, who earned his GED in order to go to go into the service. And here he was at 68, feeling unfulfilled, and was able to get his high school diploma. The collaboration between the education providers and custody, I just want to bring out that accomplishment. And I think it's important for the public to know that, education is a proven public safety strategy. So the more educational opportunities I think are, that happen within the jail that can be highlighted, is one positive attribute. And then lastly, I just wanted to point out, which I think you'll be there, is December 11th will be the FIP graduation for the mental health assistants. And I think that's another program that is, demonstrating to improve within the setting and create opportunities for the individuals that are working as the mental health assistants.
I appreciate that acknowledgement. Those are two programs we take a lot of pride in. I would ask in the future from a commission perspective to get more support in trying to figure out how to get there where we have more graduations within our facilities, where we have these other specialized programs. And in every case that we go, I think you heard the graduates talk about the staff, the deputies that are in there, and how much they help them get through these programs. And every time I've been there, I need Kleenex. I mean, it's a very emotional event, especially when you see the families involved and really the difficulties in their journeys that got them there in the first place. And then they've somehow, some way decided to turn their lives around in there. And we're able to assist in some of those cases. And I want to see more of it. You're right. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Giggins.
Thank you so much, Sheriff Luna, for that clarification on immigration policy. And I just want to suggest, I know you're going to be on it and your staff's going to be on it, but I just want to urge that this message gets reiterated and clarified and reiterated, the story told over and over again to the community, because there is so much fear and intimidation and meanness out there that's being cultivated. So I don't think, and also in terms of all of us, making sure that we are giving accurate information and that people are not just going to rely on TikTok to find out what LASD is doing in LA County. So I want to encourage all of us to know this policy, support this policy, and broadcast this policy, and support our sheriff in doing what the law says. Thank you so much.
Yes. I guess that was a comment rather than a question, right? Yeah, Commissioner Callaway.
So I just have a question for Sheriff Luna. Just wondering, what are your plans for or thoughts on improving the complaint system? Like if people consistently are saying in this meeting that they're not getting a response, or it's getting delayed, or letters are getting out in a a slow manner. How do we move forward to make sure, because I think that that is one of the most important things to have that shows the canary in the coal mine, that if we have a problem with any deputies who might actually be doing something that they shouldn't be doing.
I agree with you 100%. I cannot argue with the logic of having a complaint system that everybody is fully aware of how it works, and improving the communication out to the community, and then trying to figure out a way, because I know we have some gaps in the follow-up portion of things. What we'll do is, for everything that gets stated here, we go back and follow up dates, times, names. And then I will figure out a mechanism to come back to report to you specifically or the commissioners to see if either the allegations are true, and if they are, what are we doing to fix it? Because you're right. We cannot have our community members or anybody in here thinking that somebody's trying to take advantage of anybody. I don't want that, and I will not accept that.
Let me make an observation on the immigration issue. First of all, I understand and I agree with the Sheriff's Department's policies with respect to, which, by the way, are consistent with the LAPD's as well, that you need to have a situation where all residents of the county are free to report and crimes that have been committed, including crimes in which they're victims of the criminal activity and so forth. I guess I have one caveat, and that is that I'm not sure I fully am on board with the situation where you have an individual who's been convicted of a serious and violent crime and is being released from the county jail. We have both, as you know, both misdemeanors and felonies. People that have been convicted of felonies by virtue of AB 109 and so forth in the sheriff's office custody. In any event, I just think that that might be an issue that should be at least looked at. And the concern would be that the safety of all. I mean, first of all, I guess, you know, I come from a federal background, if you will, and I'm always a little bit concerned when in our federal system, there's affirmative non-cooperation with federal law enforcement. But here, this really goes beyond that, and this ultimately gets to a public safety issue of our community. So I don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face, to use a cliche here. I just think sometimes you have to look at this, because I'm just telling you, I mean, what we don't want to have happen is somebody released from the county jail who's been convicted of a violent crime, where there wasn't a valid immigration warrant, and another crime's committed. So I just think that issue should be looked at. I realize there may be vast disagreement on it, and your predecessor, Sheriff Villanueva, adopted a policy of just, you know, where he would not honor an immigration warrant under any circumstances, apparently even when an individual was being released who had committed a violent crime. The reality is, I mean, the federal immigration authorities, ICE, are going to be looking for that person under a warrant, and it's actually, it creates actually, I think, a more potentially even dangerous situation. So I just think that's an issue that should be looked at. I'm probably going to guess I'm a minority of the commission on that subject, but I throw it out there for what it's worth and for any comments anybody wants to make.
I do think that's a valid concern, Chair Bonner. I just want to note that unfortunately, the threats of indiscriminate use of federal authority to disrupt, and even the promises to act in the most disruptive and the most caustic and corrosive ways possible do undercut some of the faith in the federal activity being threatened here. But I do think that efforts to identify cases in which there may be a legitimate federal interest actually strengthens the hand of local resistance to such abusive use of federal force. And I do think that that is a valid concern. However, we do need to pay attention to the overweening threats being made from the federal government and the fact that none of that can proceed without complicity and active involvement by local law enforcement, which is being aggressively signed up and lined up even as we speak in preparation for such raids on January 20th.
And let me say, Commissioner Johnson, the rhetoric is horrid. So I understand what you're saying there. What the reality will be, I guess, remains to be seen, but the rhetoric is deplorable.
I have a
Judge,
comment on that.
Yeah.
Because Chair Bonner, you're not the exception for that. I also have a concern for those who are actually criminals and have committed crimes, because I feel the American public should be first concerned. So yes, please look at that. I'm not in agreement with the federal just coming in and just raiding, but I do want you guys to use discretion and look at the record before you release these people back into the public who may harm American citizens.
if I can comment, because I do, actually, my next event is media, and it has to do with immigration. I think for all of us, we have to be willing to sit at the table and look at the different circumstances, because not everything fits in one box. And I don't disagree with what you're mentioning, but right now, just so you're aware, current California law doesn't allow us to do what you and Judge Bonner are talking about. So if we follow SB 54, we can't do that. We'll see what happens in the future, but I think there does need to be conversations, because coming from an immigrant family myself, a neighborhood full of immigrants, I don't want anyone preying on our immigrant community in that fashion. So there's got to be a balance. And I think the answers are there if we're logical and not getting caught up in all the rhetoric. Okay. So we can definitely find a path forward. At least I believe that.
Okay. My concern is the American citizen's safety too. So
yes, ma'am.
That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments for the sheriff? And I think the sheriff, this is the magic hour. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here for the time that you could spend with us. I'm going to go back to the chair's report, and I was about halfway through it, and I had given the report on the status of the commission's proposed revisions to 3.79 of the county code. Let me complete the report by going specifically addressing something of critical importance in terms of the proposed revisions, and that is a provision that we're asking the Board of Supervisors to adopt would give the commission access to confidential information. At least it would give the commissioners assigned to the relevant ad hoc committee access to confidential information. It's, by the way, the pertinent section is in 3.79 035, and it's attached to the agenda. It's actually the second page of that attachment and the second paragraph, and I'll just read it. It would provide that members of ad hoc, I'm quoting now from the proposed revision, members of ad hoc committees of the commission composed of less than a majority of the members of the commission may access and receive confidential records, provided there is an agreement by them to keep protected information confidential, end quote. I can't stress the importance of that particular revision. I think all our proposed revisions have great merit, but that particular revision is of extraordinary importance. Having access to, is essential to effective oversight. And currently, as everyone knows, we are denied such access by the Sheriff's Department on the ground that the County Council has advised that providing it violates state law, specifically Section 832.7 of the Penal Code. By the way, perhaps in fairness to County Council, it would be more accurate to say that the Sheriff's Department is refusing our request because county council has not affirmatively advised the sheriff that he may legally do so. As reports from the ad hoc committees of the commission have made clear, commissioners assigned to ad hoc committees have been denied access, for example, to executive force review reports that discussed a canine bite of an innocent civilian, so we can determine whether improved policies or training are needed to prevent recurrence of such injuries. Our request for that information to the Sheriff's Department was denied. The Civilian Oversight Commission's Condition of Confinements Ad hoc Committee requested an opportunity to review the death review reports of the 20-plus inmates who have died in county custody and county jail this year. Request denied. We requested on behalf of the PREA Ad hoc Committee an opportunity to review the reports related to 6, I believe, allegations of sexual misconduct by deputies against female inmates, which the Sheriff's Department, after investigation, had found to be unsubstantiated. We wanted to assure that the investigations were adequate and that the unsubstantiated findings were appropriate. Our request was denied. We requested for review the use of force ad hoc committee did access to the closed investigation of the killing of Andres Guardado. It was a use of lethal force to determine whether there was any investigation of allegations that one or both deputies involved in that fatal shooting aspired to be members of a deputy gang called the Executioners. Our request was denied. It's the same with regard to the closed investigation of the Kennedy Hall incident. This goes back a year or two ago. We made a request to see whether the investigation, that's a long closed investigation, but we wanted to determine whether any inquiry had been made regarding the role of the deputies who engaged in assault behavior and were known to be members of the Bandidos deputy gang, who had beaten down non-deputies from the East LA station who were not part of the gang. We wanted to know whether that was investigated. We just want to look at the report. Was it investigated? If not, we wanted to know why not. Request denied. The most recent example is that on October 9th, as chair of the commission, on behalf of the commission's use of force ad hoc committee, we made a request to the Sheriff's Department to review 15 force reports of head strikes by deputies against inmates this year, where no discipline was imposed for likely out of policy head strikes. I say likely out of policy because that's based upon a report of the Monitor in the Rosas federal consent decree case that they think they were out of policy. But we wanted to look at those investigative reports so we could use of force reports. These aren't investigations of the deputies. It's just use of force reports, so we could understand why no discipline was imposed. We agreed that the names of the deputies could be redacted, and the members of the ad hoc committee would actually go to the Hall of Justice, the sheriff's headquarters, and review the reports in a secure room at the Hall of Justice. By letter dated November 14th from Under Sheriff April Tardy, our request to review these redacted reports was denied because county council had not rendered an opinion that the sheriff could provide these redacted reports to the commissioners assigned to the use of force ad hoc committee, who were prepared to sign confidentiality non-disclosure agreements. The ad hoc commissioners being able to review the force reports, of course, is essential to the commission's ability to provide oversight of the Sheriff's Department. Being denied such review prevents effective oversight. In this case, the possible use of excessive, out of policy, unconstitutional use of force, head strikes against inmates. So I will pause and just say, we hope that the Board of Supervisors will soon rectify this by enacting the Commission's proposed revisions to 3.79, and specifically the proposed revision I just quoted to 3.79.035 of the County Code. Now, that completes my report, but I want to open it up for any discussions, questions, or comments by any of the members of the Commission before we proceed.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes, good. Commissioner Garcia.
Chair, I would like for you to request that or I would like to make a request that when we go over the complaint denials and the confidential request denials, that we do that while the sheriff is here.
That would be ideal. Unfortunately, and by the way, I would hope to have done that, but his schedule required me to call on him before I gave this report, but we'll make sure that we do have a representative of the Sheriff's Department here. Do we not? Excuse me, I can't even see you. This table is so awkward. Yes, could you just state your name?
Paul Tokar.
Oh, Paul.
Assistant
Tokar.
Sheriff Paula Tokar.
Yeah, thank you, Assistant Sheriff Tokar. So hopefully you're listening to what we're saying here. I know you are. So, but let me open it up for other questions or comments just on the progress of getting these revisions enacted by the Board of Supervisors. Any thoughts, comments, observations, questions from my fellow commissioners?
We have so far heard no concerns voiced about the moving forward with the revised ordinance from those offices and supervisors with whom I've communicated about this. I do just want to ask, do we have any understanding about why requests of LASD for cases that fall under 1421 or SB 16 are being denied? Why, if there is a explicit state legal basis for having that information provided, is it being denied?
Well, that's an excellent question. We actually do not make Public Record Act's request to the Sheriff's Department, and those provisions both relate to the Public Record Act. Now, it's true that if something's exempt under the Public Records Act, there's no excuse for not giving it to the commission, right? But we don't specifically cite that. All we can say right now is that with respect to our request, we're kind of in one of these situations. For people who can't see me, people are pointing fingers. The Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's Management, apparently, I can't speak for her because she's not here, but apparently Undersecretary Tardy takes, Undersheriff, did I say? Oh, okay, Undersheriff April Tardy, takes the position that, oh, we'd love to do this, but county council hasn't said it's okay, and we don't want to be violating state law. By the way, that's a totally understandable position. We don't want the sheriff to be violating state law. We don't think it violates state law to provide confidential information to members of the ad hoc committees where we request that information. All I can say is apparently county council has not given a clear indication to the Sheriff's Department. If, again, we can't be sure of that, but that they could provide this information. In other words, they can provide it. You don't need to rely on SB 1421 and 16. They can provide that information to us. First, there's a secondary question. If we redact the names of the deputies, in many cases, we're willing to do that because we're looking at things from a systemic and a policy point of view. Well, that's not even confidential information that's, if the names are redacted, that's what's being protected. But we don't even get to that level because we can't get past square one and get a clear opinion from county council to the sheriff. It's okay to share this information with the commissioners of ad hoc committees, which we believe it is. So this is why it is so important that the Board of Supervisors understand this issue and that they enact this legal framework that's set forth that I decided the quoted part of the revision to 0.035. It's so important that they enact it because that then I think there is no excuse for not providing this commission with the information. But that's a long answer to your question. Of course, I suppose we could get in line with everybody else and make Public Record Act requests. But it's actually so fundamentally inconsistent. We can only get information that's available to the public through PRAs. Ridiculous. We should be able to get confidential information, whether it's exempted under 1421 and SB 16 or not. Excuse me, I got a little bit on a soapbox there, but Commissioner Harris and then Commissioner Cooper.
Well, we have a representative from county council. Can you give us an update of this situation and where it stands?
Yes, Commissioner. First of all, we definitely do
commission about
Wait a
obtaining,
minute, you need to speak into the mic. I can't hear you. Thank you.
is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, first of all, that's a good question, and we appreciate this commission's concerns about obtaining confidential information. It's an issue that's been consistently reviewed by our office, and we're also working, as Chair Bonner indicated, on the proposed amendments at this time.
Yes, Commissioner Harris and then Commissioner Cooper.
It seems like there are multiple stumbling blocks to our obtaining confidential information. One is the Ralph M. Brown Act. I think this commission should consider going to Sacramento and seeing if the Ralph M. Brown Act can be modified. It was enacted in 1953. That was a long, long, long time ago when none of these commissions even existed or were thought about. And perhaps getting the prohibition of Ralph M. Brown Act bodies not being able to meet in closed session, perhaps that's another area we should look at so that if we do get the ability to obtain these documents through other means, through other laws, that we suddenly won't find that then we're just blocked by the Ralph M. Brown Act. So I just think we should consider that. Perhaps staff should look at that and see if maybe we should seek a modification to the Ralph M. Brown Act to allow for Ralph M. Brown Act bodies to meet in closed session.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. I would say, just as I guess one of the lawyers on the commission here, that the Brown Act itself provides for an exemption for any Brown Act body to receive confidential information, privileged information. I mean, there's a specific exemption for it, includes such things as attorney-client privilege conversations, which we need to do from time to time because when we're enforcing our subpoenas, but it also would include any confidential information. So in fact, the Civil Service Commission goes into closed session every time there's a deputy misconduct case. Why? Because it's a body that's receiving confidential information and investigative reports involving that deputy who has been usually been terminated and is appealing to the Civil Service Commission. So it's in there, but again, we're blocked because first of all, but this is a great question, Commissioner Harris, and I do want to say we're blocked because whoever wrote 3.79, and this is an interesting question, but also put in a provision that because the commission is a Brown Act body that is not authorized to conduct closed sessions, the commission may not receive records protected by. Okay, first of all, it's just it's an incorrect statement of law. We are a Brown Act body, but like any other Brown Act body, we can receive confidential information in closed session. And so one of our other revisions is to simply change that. By the way, County Council agrees with this. That's an incorrect statement of the law. And I think I can say this with a fair degree of confidence, and that will be stricken out of the thing. But the reason we can't go into closed session is that somebody wrote this in such a way that it suggests that we can't have closed sessions. But of course, we can have closed sessions under the Brown Act. So we don't need to amend the Brown Act. We just need to get that language that is not authorized to conduct closed sessions stricken because it's an incorrect statement of the Brown Act, which has exemptions that provide for executive or closed sessions. Okay. Let me call on Commissioner Cooper. I think you had a comment or question, or did you already make it? Okay.
I would just note that that's an added justification and gives added urgency to the revisions for 3.79. That fact is added justification for getting this done as promptly as possible. And just to note about Commissioner Harris's question, I just think this is a particularly adverse time to be making any suggestions about the Brown Act, and to note what happened when the city attorney in Los Angeles made noises about trying to revise the Brown Act last year. A firestorm erupted that actually undercut public trust, not served public trust around that inquiry.
Other questions or comments before we move to the executive director's report? I don't see any. So let me call upon Ms. Mosley to give the report of the executive director, which is item 6.2 on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bonner. And good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here, especially those individuals who have traveled from afar. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the release of information to the public under 1421 before I give my report. It's kind of frustrating that 1421 passed in actually 2018, and there's been many cities and counties that have been releasing that information to the public proactively. This commission should not have to submit a PRA to be able to get this information that the statute requires to be released automatically to the public. So I just wanted to make that statement before I begin my report. So as you can all see from our agenda, we continue to be very active from the work of the ad hoc committees, meetings with stakeholders, including our community members, and gearing up for the next budget cycle and more. Some highlights of our activities are as follows. As far as staffing goes, our new communications manager will begin on December 2nd, and our new community specialist coordinator, Robert Flores, who you're most likely met already. He's been here for at least a month and a half now. So he's with us now. So he also developed his 6-month draft community engagement plan that I'll ask him to provide some comments on in a minute. So while we're excited with our new hires and almost having a full staff of 9, our senior staff analyst, Daniel, will be leaving to go over to the Office of Constitutional Policing. So we tried to keep him here longer. He was supposed to have left a few weeks ago, but he will be leaving us. His last day is going to be tomorrow. So thank you, Daniel, for your commitment to oversight in LA County, and also for spearheading some very important assignments for the commission, such as deputy gangs and PREA. Thank you. So as a result of Daniel's departure, we will be down 2 senior staff analyst positions, which is 1 vacancy and 1 position individual is on leave. So we are again facing with a decrease in our staff analyst support, which will limit the work of the commission's ad hoc committees and affect the commission's responses to motions made by the supervisors in a timely manner. These staff deficiencies will put a burden on our principal staff analyst, who's Tracy Jordan, and our deputy executive director, Bakila Ochoa. The original number of 9 budgeted positions initially set for the commission 8 or 9 years ago is not efficient for the work of this commission. This leads me to the next item, but before I go over and start talking about the budget, I'm gonna turn it over to Robert to provide an update on community engagement. Robert? Thank you.
Thank you, Charmaine. So I'm happy to share my strategic plan with the commission once I get approval to do that. We have a communications manager that's going to be starting in early December. So I'm happy to start collaborating with her. One of the projects that we'll be working on is getting an open calendar to the public that's going to be shared with all the commission members. We're trying to get our the commission's, we're trying to get out there at a lot of community events. Yesterday, Starlet and I attended the host cleanup in the Florence Graham area. There was a huge RV encampment, so we attended that, but we're definitely trying to promote the commission to the public and get our numbers up. And we want to see more community participation. Okay. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me after the meeting.
Thank you, Robert. And we're also looking at for 2025, hosting some town halls as well as listening sessions throughout LA County, especially the 5 districts. So as far as the budget goes, next week, actually, oh, wow. Next week is going to be my 1-year anniversary with the commission. I can't believe it's been a year already.
Congratulations. You made it.
I made it. Yes, thank you. So it's been a lot. So, but we're getting there. So I've had time to assess the needs of our office as well as the commission, which includes staffing. And as I mentioned, we just filled 2 crucial staff positions to help enhance the commission's community engagement mandate. But we are at almost negative when it comes to the number of senior staff analysts on our team. We already started the process to fill Daniel's position, which will take a few months. We know it's going to take some time. And last week, I also submitted our fiscal year 2025 to 2026 budget request for an additional principal staff analyst, as well as 2 senior staff analysts and a staff analyst. We have 10 active, I believe it's 10 to 11 active ad hoc committees, which requires a lot of support from the staff analysts. I also requested a budget line item for legal services, which I briefly discussed actually at a few of our meetings already, and also an increase for training and travel so that this commission can also go to the International Association Chief of Police Conference that happens annually. I also requested a budget line item for security costs. So for operational efficiency, we need resources, and I can't stress that enough. I also ask that our commissioners to please be patient as we navigate our staffing limitations and to try to prioritize requests for assignments. So the next item is community activities, events, and also meetings and conferences. So in late September, we joined the Civil Brand Commission in a meeting to learn more about LASD's custody inmate grievance process, which we'll hear more about today, and conditions of confinement report. We also coordinated a successful panel presentation with Chicago's director, Andrea Kirsten, on deputy gangs at NACO's 30th conference, which took place in October in Arizona. And I'll come back to this item in a minute. We also hosted with our county partners our 4th annual Civilian Oversight Conference, which took place at Magic Johnson Park on November 8th. We had experts in civilian oversight join us to discuss different oversight entities in California, such as Sonoma County, San Francisco, and also San Diego. We held panel discussions on legal obstacles as well as community building. And also the executive director for NACO joined us virtually to provide us with an overview of Civilian Oversight 101. We do have a video of the conference, which will be posted to our website. So that's coming shortly. Assembly member Mike Gibson was our keynote speaker, so we were glad to have him at the conference also. And we also had several vendors on the site. I think the conference went pretty well. Most of our commissioners were in attendance, so thank you, commissioners, for being there. So I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners, see if there's any comments or questions regarding the conference or anything that I reported out on so far.
Just on the conference, I thought it was an excellent conference. It was very well organized. It was very well presented. It substantively was extremely useful to hear from other oversight commissions throughout the state of California and their presentations. So I really commend the executive director and the staff for putting together really an outstanding conference. And we probably should consider maybe continuing doing that on an annual basis, or at least perhaps toward the end of next year would be my thought or observation. And anyone else who was at the conference? Because most of the commissioners were. I couldn't sit at the table with the other commissioners for fear that we might be a quorum and be subject to the Brown Act.
Just 2 bits of feedback that I think are relevant from the conference, which was an enjoyable day that had both some rigorous planning and orchestration, but also spontaneity. One point that did come up from the conference and the feedback that we received from a number of stakeholders was the possibility of changing meeting times for this commission to improve accessibility by community stakeholders for a time that may not conflict with work hours, and a related request involving community forums on weekends so as to permit greater accessibility and engagement with the commission in different parts of the county. The value of having that kind of stakeholder relationship building was really rich and had many benefits. And I just want to report one happy development that came out as a result of that communication. a regular person participating in our commission meetings, Adriana Quinones, that many of you know from Hacienda Heights, won her school board race in Hacienda La Puente School District. And it was a very good opportunity to check in with someone stepping up into public service in her own right, bringing some of the same principles and priorities that we talk about here into her leadership and good school governance at the local level.
Good. Anyone else want to comment on the that meeting?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it was very interesting to me that the issues or problems that we have is actually in a lot more places than just here. So that there is a lot of work to do across the nation to improve the complaint systems and all of the ways to provide true oversight and not just a placebo.
Thank you. Now, let me ask the executive director, we're going to report on the commission's request that we be able to use the Board of Supervisors hearing room at the Hall of Administration and what the status of that is.
Yes, I'm coming up to that next.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay. So thank you, commissioners, for for being there, also for providing such positive feedback, and also, as far as the meeting times, that's something I wasn't used to having our public meetings when I was on previous commissions and boards at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was always like 5:30, 6 o'clock into like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock sometimes. So that's so that we can actually have more community participants in those meetings. So it's something just to keep in mind for the future. So as far as internal operations, the training program for new commissioners was developed and approved by the commission early in our meeting. And we are also finalizing our annual report and developing a complaint process, which will be sent to the Rules Ad Hoc Committee. So the Rules Ad Hoc Committee will need to schedule a meeting to go over complaint process and some other things. And this is also on the Commission's strategic plan, which we will discuss at our December planning meeting. I will also develop the ongoing educational training curriculum and share with the Ad Hoc Committee. We are also working on creating a day-to-day operations manual. And I last reported that County Council were reviewing its legal billing to the COC, and I'm pleased to report that we received a reimbursement of $44,000 in this fiscal year and $35,000 approximately in last fiscal year. As far as, I also have a brief update, thanks Chair Bonner, on the Commission's request to meet in the Hall of Administration's hearing room. So there was an analysis that was done for our requests. Unfortunately, they can't support us meeting in the boardroom because they don't have the capacity. So the EO's office is looking at an alternative space or alternative spaces in HOA. Meanwhile, OCP, which is Office of Constitutional Policing, Director Decker and Lieutenant Rivers, created a proposed plan for the COC, which I share with Chair Bonner, and I will continue to work with the EO's office on the Commission's requests. The last item under my report is this year's annual NACOL conference. So this year's theme was 30 years of NACOL on progress, preservation, and perseverance. I attended the conference along with Deputy Executive Director Dr. Ochoa and Chair Bonner and Commissioners Garcia, Hans, Cooper, and Hicks. Also attendees of the conference included, actually, let me go back. I also saw one of our community members at the conference also. So thank you, Michelle Infante, for being there. The NACOL conference. It's good seeing you also. We also had attendees that included OCP staff, Lieutenant Rivers and Sergeant Hicks, Ann Tremblay and David Kahns. So thank you all for being there as well. This conference gets better and better every year. I remember when it started out with at least 100 attendees. Now we're like over 500 to 600 attendees at the conference. And then multiple concurrent sessions. We started at one session every 45 minutes. Now we have 3 concurrent sessions. They've expanded it to include jail and prison oversight, in addition to civilian oversight of law enforcement. So I've seen it evolve all of these years. So I'm happy that, that it looks like it does right now. So we have so many good options. I actually enjoyed the trauma-informed session because of the work that we do in civilian oversight. My last commission board in San Diego, they had access to entire case files. They had access to body-worn camera video, officer-involved shootings, a lot of information. And after some time, it actually takes a toll, like watching body-worn camera video over and over again and looking through case files and photos and stuff. So I embraced the trauma-informed session just because of the work that we do, the experiences that we hear from family members who are impacted. So that really, I really enjoyed that session and being able to take away, they had some takeaways on how to self-care and things like that. So the featured speaker was Colonel Jeffrey Glover from Arizona's Department of Public Safety, who is also president of NOBLE, so the National Officers Black Law Enforcement organization. I learned a lot from my peers who attended the Executive Leadership Forum all day on a Sunday. I think it was like 8 o'clock to like 5 on a Sunday. They also had a session for board and commission members to attend, and that was all day on Sunday as well. So I took a lot of notes and did a lot of networking and meeting peers from California and other places as well. I met with partners from the Center for Police and Equity. So we have a follow-up meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. Our panel presentation on deputy gangs in LA and Chicago was well attended and received by many with positive feedback and comments. And special thanks to Vice Chair Johnson for moderating the panel discussion and Commissioner Hicks, who's not here today, for his excellent presentation. So I left the session feeling proud of the work and accomplishments of our commission and staff. Thank you, staff, also for all that y'all do, especially for the conference, the work behind the scenes. It looked so seamless, so thank you. I'm gonna ask Dr. Ochoa. Haha. Does he have any comments? Because this was your first NACOL conference. Do you have any comments that you want to provide from your experience from the NACOL conference? And then that's going to complete my report after.
Subject to questions from the commission. Yeah.
You don't have
Dr.
any comments
Ochoa?
about your experience from the NACOL conference?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. He's
So-
not a man of a lot of words.
We appreciate that, by the way, because we want to keep on time here. We want to be able to adjourn this meeting at 1 p.m. in the interest of all, and frankly, our commitment to St. Anne's. In any event, I want to focus the executive director's attention, and I want to have a discussion of our request that we made, which is item B of the executive director's report. First of all, the Civilian Oversight Commission needs a home. We need a home for our regular public meetings that occur monthly, at least 11 months of the year. By the way, for purposes of accommodating the public, let's expand town halls or special hearings, by the way, in the evening or on weekends. That's something that Mr. Flores, perhaps you should look into. And how do we do that? But our regular public hearing, I actually think that monthly, I think it's not inappropriate that it would occur during regular business hours. But in any event, we can discuss that further, but we need a home. All right. And so we submitted well, first of all, I'm interested in the reason given by the executive office for denying our request to make available to us for a monthly hearing of 4 hours, the Board of Supervisors hearing room. Capacity, they lack capacity. We're not looking for the executive office to staff our meetings. Our staff staffs our meetings. So there's no capacity issue that I can see that the executive office has with respect to providing and scheduling us to use the Board of Supervisors hearing room. By way of background, by the way, as I think that most of the members of the commission know, we submitted on behalf of the commission, a request to the executive officer of the Board of Supervisors, which handles the scheduling of the Board of Supervisors hearing room. We submitted a letter on October 30th, 2024, pointing out that this commission had made a motion and requested that we be allowed to use that hearing room for purposes of our monthly meetings. And I'm going to ask that letter, I think it's October 30th, 2024, be made part of the record of this hearing and circulated to all commissioners so that they can see that we did make the points that were made by the commission at its October 24th meeting as to why we thought it was most appropriate that we be allowed to use the Board of Supervisors hearing room. Certainly, by the way, the denial of our request can't be that the Board of Supervisors hearing room is unavailable. It's dark most of the time. It's used one day a week by the Board of Supervisors. And for the rest of the time, nobody uses it, rarely. So there is availability of the hearing room to the Civilian Oversight Commission. Secondly, it can't be cost because we pay for this hearing room at St. Anne's. The County of Los Angeles, the county taxpayers are paying for this hearing room. The cost of the Board of Supervisors hearing room is zero. It's in the Hall of Administration. That's a seat of the county government. There's no cost. It can't be security because there's building security at the at the Hall of Administration. Everybody that enters the Hall of Administration basically is screened for security purposes and bag checks and the like. You have security there. We don't have to pay for security, which is what we're going to have to do if we adopt the security plan that's been proposed to this commission. So all of those things, I mean, it just doesn't make common sense that we would not be allowed to use it. And I'd like to have a clearer explanation from the executive office of the Board of Supervisors why that request is not being granted. And secondly, I'd like to know from the executive director, what more can this commission do? I mean, we've made a motion. We considered very carefully evaluated the cost, the options, the accessibility, the security issues, and we presented that. What more can this commission do to persuade either the executive officer or the board itself? I mean, do we need to go to individual supervisors here and say, why isn't this being done? I mean, this is absurd to me. And let me also say that I was a member for about a year and a half of the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence. We had multiple hearings over a year and a half. Every single hearing was in the Board of Supervisors hearing room. There was no problem doing that. And at least for the next year, and by the way, they can evaluate it afterwards, but at least for the next year, 11 meetings we want to have in the Board of Supervisors hearing room, starting in January. And I hope that's a consensus of this commission, but I want to hear from anybody and everybody, because I actually, the fact that we're 8 years into this and we don't have a place where we regularly meet. We've gone, you know, we're like itinerant nomads moving around from place to place. And I, with all due respect to St. Anne's, this is not for all sorts of reasons. Security, cost, accessibility is not a good place for our public hearings. Anybody want to make a comment or ask questions of the executive director as to what we can do to not just say, you know, be turned away because the executive office doesn't have capacity to do what? To turn on the lights? Madam Executive Director, come here.
Okay, so Chair Bonner, I haven't had an opportunity to see the analysis that was done. So I'll go ahead and I will request the analysis so I can see exactly what was looked at. And then I haven't seen it, no. And so I'll start with that, and then I'll also schedule a meeting with the executive officer, myself, and you to discuss further.
Any questions or comments from other members of the commission before we proceed on?
I'll do my best.
Yeah,
I'll do my best to ask within my own realm of friends and colleagues to help expedite any access we might gain, including to the Board of Supervisors meeting room. I can anticipate, as any manager or supervisor might make an excuse about if it's open to this commission, then it sets a precedential value, which may carry some weight. But I do think that the value of this commission's work, the range of stakeholders who come to meet, the security involved, and the duration and the high profile of this commission's work certainly warrants consideration in that pecking order. So I will not take any such invocation of precedent as a prohibition on pursuing this opportunity with the BOS meeting room at the HOA. So I'll follow up with Charmaine and with you, Rob.
Good, appreciate that. By the way, that's the only reason we've ever been given. Apparently, that's not a reason that executive director was given, but the only reason we've ever been given is, well, if you allow the Civilian Oversight Commission, the Sheriff's Department, to use the board's hearing room, other commissions might want to use it. That's not a reason for denying a request, because you can always say, well, the other commissions don't have all the same issues. They don't have security issues. They don't need the capacity. They don't have the public participation and anticipated public participation I think we would have if we had a more convenient setting. They just don't have those issues. And so Mr. Yen or the executive office can deny other requests. It does not set a precedent that they have to allow every other commission or any other commission to use the hearing room. It's just not an acceptable answer. Now, that's not the answer that was given to the executive director, but that's the only thing we've ever heard from the executive office, which has a scheduler who schedules when and who can use the Board of Supervisors hearing room.
So Chair Bonner,
Yes.
I just wanted to also add, we know that I believe it's the Planning Commission also meets in the hearing room. So we realize that. Also, at my update for the Public Cluster Safety Committee yesterday, I provided them with an update which included the commission's requests and also the response. So I'm still working on it.
All right. Well, it's good to know that there's at least one other commission, the Planning Commission, that's allowed to use the Board of Supervisors hearing room. So there is precedent for it. All right. So it's about 10:50 and we're going to take our morning recess, 15 minutes, and we'll resume promptly at 11:05 a.m. So we stand in recess. Okay. I know this is meeting. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, the summer, sure. Yeah. Thank you. I will. Well, okay.
The comment after, yes, the last ones. Okay. Yes. How many people do you have?
All right, let's go back on the record or resume the Civilian Oversight Commission's hearing. I believe when we left off, we had completed item 6 on the agenda, but we had not received public comment. And let me ask Ms. Jordan whether we have any members of the public that wish to comment on the specific items, which were the chair's report, the executive director's report, and the sheriff's report. Ms. Jordan?
Yes, we do have public comments in-house. We have Francisco Corona. Francisco, if you could head towards the microphone.
Mr. Corona.
Good morning. I'm here to give my experience that I had with the Sheriff's Department. On April 14th of this year, I was falsely arrested by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. I was then taken to the hospital to get reviewed because they said I have a high blood pressure. After that, I was transported back to the Sentry Station in a regular police car, not an ambulance. While at Sentry Station, I was my wheelchair was taken from me. So I feel that my rights were violated because my wheelchair is my legs. So if I had no way for me to get to the phone, I had no way for me to get to the restroom. So every time I had to use the phone or the restroom, I would have to, like a little kid, raise my hand, call the deputies. And finally, they got sick and tired of me asking for it, and they gave it back to me after about an hour and a half. The restrooms at that facility are non-ADA compliant. I almost slipped and fell in their restrooms. I am gonna look into hiring an attorney and looking into this matter because I feel that the sheriff did a lot of things wrong that night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corona.
Thank you. Public comment is from Vanessa Perez. Vanessa, please make your way to the podium. And next behind Vanessa, please get ready. Shakila Garcia, stand in line.
In May 2024, Michelle Infante and I stood before you all to present the case of my son, Joseph Perez. I can't begin to express how deeply disappointed and frustrated I am within the Sheriff's Department that both deputies and leadership have failed him and failed the community. The reporting systems within their department are flawed and inaccurate, and leadership has continually ignored recommendations for improvement. These inaccuracies in reports are not just numbers on a page, they have real-world consequences. They place community members like Joseph at an unfair disadvantage. He can't even advocate for himself when the reports about his case are distorted and misleading. I personally went through the department's file on Joseph, all 86 pages of it. Not a single page contained Joseph's own account of what happened, just the biased words of deputies. Deputies like Deputy Merrick, who had 2 shootings and 2 use of forces incidents before beating Joseph. Deputy Vincent Rodriguez, who has known for beating inmates at MCJ. and viciously beat a man 30 days prior to beating Joseph. Deputy Adam Nelson, who had so many shootings and prior incidents that I couldn't even keep track of them all. And then there's Jacob Damo with their prior shooting and Sebastian Pombo with the history of use of force. What does it say? That you trust the words of these problematic deputies without even considering the possibility that your deputies and leadership might be lying or misrepresenting the facts? We brought this to your attention, we presented the facts, and we have heard nothing back. When I brought forward the vicious beating Joseph and George to Sheriff Luna in February 2023, why didn't he and his leadership take that seriously enough to forward it to the district attorney's office? Why was that allowed to go ignored? This isn't just about one case. It's about the systemic failures within your department that are putting lives at risk and denying justice to people who are already in vulnerable situations. Instead of giving opportunities for problematic deputies to receive awards, they should be terminated.
Thank you.
My name's Shakola Garcia, and I just have a question for the sheriff's office on behalf of me and my family not receiving the footage of our my cousin's death in the sheriff's department. They said they would give it to us within 45 days. It has been past that time. So my concern with that is, what do we do when the policy has been breached by that department that is telling us this is the time limit that they have for us, but then it's exceeded that time and we still have not heard anything? What happens therefore? And even with the Nunez family as well, if you get a letter after it's supposed to be dated within 10 days, if it was the Postal Service, delay on their behalf, what policy do we have to counteract that if it's not on our behalf, like it's out of our control? What steps do they take forward to help us to be able to receive that after the time limit is expired? That's all I have to say. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tramel Carter.
Hello, I am coming here to speak about, in part, the last time I was here, I made notice to the board that I filed a complaint in regards to the sheriff department placing me in IRC, and I have a disc bulge in my back. And they left me in IRC for a long period of time and told me it doesn't matter what any doctor has to say. And I was left there. The complaint says unresolved. And I brought that to the attention last time I was here. Everything I stated about my medical records, it's still within the computer system of the sheriff database, and that was ignored. I told Dara, who's sitting there, and also the inspector general, to please forward this disposition to the board panel. And the last time I was here, Dara and the inspector general said they didn't have to forward it to the panel. If people are getting dispositions that says unresolved and the information is within the computer database of the sheriff department and the county, I did not understand why Dara and the inspector did not forward this to the board. Because in future complaints, if many citizens are getting dispositions like this, the board will not know or have a record of previous dispositions if Dara and the inspector does not send it. When I contact the inspector, Dara hung up in my face and told me that's where it ends. But the last time I was here, Dara and the inspector forwarded something where a dog bite had happened. So I feel that that was biased, and I don't understand why new inspector cannot be presented to the board. There are other inspector generals and other assistants that will not act in the form of Dara and the inspector, and I'm requesting that the board think about hiring other forms of inspectors, and I think that their time should be up due to their biasness and how they handle people complaints.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the online speakers. We have Peter Eliasberg. Peter, you are now able to speak.
Hello, this is Peter Eliasberg. Honorable Commission, I just want to strongly support the comments of Commissioner Bonner about the need for the Civilian Oversight Commission to have access to a variety of information, but most specifically, the one I'm most knowledgeable about is issues that relate to the use of head strikes in the jails. Use of impermissible head strikes, which is a violent and dangerous use of force in the jails, has been a problem going back as far as the time when the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence looked at the issues in the jails. In the Rosas case, in which I am one of the counsel for the plaintiffs, we've been working on this issue for more than 12 years, and we have made some progress. But the reality remains that the Sheriff's Department consistently finds use of head strikes to be in policy when the ROSIS monitors, who are more objective and expert, consistently find them out of policy. And it is murky and very, very difficult to find out what discipline, if any, the sheriff's department imposes in the very rare instances when it finds a use of force head strike to be out of policy. So the reality is that there are huge issues with the sheriff's departments failing to find head strikes out of policy, and a lack of information about when, if ever, they discipline people for when they do find out of policy head strikes. The ROSIS case alone is not going to solve this issue, although we will continue to work very hard on it. And it is extremely important that the Civilian Oversight Commission also be able to get the information it needs to shine a spotlight on and make recommendations about how to solve this problem, which is going on a 15-year problem. So I urge the Civilian Oversight Commission to work with the board and county council to get access to the information it needs to make important, to look into this issue and make recommendations about how to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Lupe Urvias. Lupe, you have been unmuted. Lupe?
Hi, I want to share a comment about my son. My son has been in the system quite a while. He has a mental issue, and the treatment in the jails has been very bad. He has been beat up. My son is not a criminal. He has a mental issue. He has been released from the state hospital, and he's going back to the jail, and I'm worried about his whereabouts because what happened to him in the jail put him in the hospital. I want to stop the cycle. I want someone to hear my concerns about my son. And it's not just my son. A lot of people there need help. They don't need jail. And the treatment that they're given makes them go crazy. And these are the people that get released eventually in the society. It is a social issue. And I feel that we have the responsibility to try to provide them a good environment so they can heal and at that point be able to return to the society.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Carlos Montes. Carlos, you have been unmuted. Carlos? Carlos, you have been unmuted.
Organization. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. And no, yeah, my comments are first of all, yes, I want to thank the commission and the staff for organizing the conference last week. I think it was very valuable to hear from other cities of how they dealt with the problem of civilian oversight and accountability of the police departments. I think that was very worthwhile. I think it should continue. And I agree that you want to have some events in the evening or on the weekends. The other comment I'd like to make is, yeah, the main central jail is very violent. I haven't been there in a while, but last time I was there, you got to walk, like, don't look, don't say anything, because the sheriff are very violent. The other comment is regarding in the sheriff's report. I think that the Civilian Oversight Commission should direct the Sheriff Luna to do away with the Fort Apache logo and insignias that continue to exist at East LA Sheriff Station. The sheriffs continue to use lapel buttons with the Fort Apache logo. To us, the primarily Mexican American community still a very racist and disrespectful to use the logo referring to us as basically as savages out in the community where they're hiding behind a fort, protecting what I consider white supremacist ideology. I know that a prior sheriff, McDonald, did do away with the Fort Apache logos and insignias at East LA Sheriff Station, and former Sheriff be a normal brought them back. So I think I would, the Civilian Oversight Commission did do a motion or resolution several years ago calling for its removal. So I would ask you to direct Sheriff Luna, and I'm
Thank
also
you.
calling on Sheriff Luna to do
Thank
away
you.
with this Fort Apache logo. Thank you very much.
Chair Bonner, we have no further public comments, so turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. So we'll turn to item 7 on the agenda, which is the reports from ad hoc committees, as well as two really important reports or updates from the Office Inspector General. Let me start, by the way, with the jail staffing ad hoc committee. As members of the commission know for sure, this is the newest ad hoc committee of the Oversight Commission. And it was established by the commission at our last meeting, at our October meeting. The ad hoc committee will be led by Commissioner Garcia, who will be joined by Commissioners Harris, Kennedy, and me. The purpose of the ad hoc will be to take a deep and hard look at the county jails, or how the county jails are staffed, which includes talking to subject matter experts, reviewing other county jails, for example, Santa Clara County, which doesn't even use deputies with the Santa Clara County Jail, use custody officers, and also the Sonoma County Jail, which uses deputies, but the deputies are permanently assigned to the jails or to custody, and they don't work patrol. In any event, we'll take a look at all of that and see if we can come up with appropriate recommendations for changes that the ad hoc committee believes should be considered by the sheriff. It will include, for example, what is the first assignment for a new deputy who receives, by the way, over 5 months, 22 months of training for patrol functions or policing functions, should have as his first assignment, his or her first assignment, the jails. But to be able to accurately, actually have flexibility regarding thinking anew about jail staffing requires that the 65-35 ratio currently embedded in the county as a memorandum of understanding or collective bargaining agreement with ALADS be removed. This ratio that, for example, that of the 3,000 or so professionals that staff the LA County Jail, that 65% of them, it mandates that 65% of them, or about 2,000, must be deputy sheriffs, and custody assistants can comprise only 35%, or roughly 1,000 of the employees that staff the jails. The commission has already recommended that this provision be removed, because if we're going to study staffing, obviously the 65-35 ratio cannot or should not be locked in to the next iteration of the collective bargaining agreement with ALADS, which is currently being negotiated. To further the commission's recommendation that the 65-35 ratio be removed, the executive director and I asked to meet with sent a letter, by the way, informing the CEO of the county, Vessia Davenport, that we'd like to have that included as a negotiable item in the discussions of the collective bargaining agreement. CEO, because there's a labor relations unit under the chief executive office that actually negotiates with labor unions on behalf of the county. Basically, the CEO declined our request to even meet with us and referred us to the sheriff as the operational manager of the county jail. And so we are in consultation with the sheriff with respect to the issue of removal of the 65-35 ratio from the next iteration of the ALADS MOU. So that's the report. We can, by the way, I'll open up all the reports for discussion when we finish the reports of the ad hoc committees, unless there's a pressing or burning question right now. So with that, I'm going to move to Commissioner Garcia to give us a report on the ad hoc committee of quality of life ad hoc committee of the Oversight Commission. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, the quality of life ad hoc continues collaboration with NACOL on a scheduled webinar, and the review of self-wellness and suicide prevention within LASD is ongoing. With no further update.
Great. Thank you, Luis. The next ad hoc committee, I believe, has a report, is the conditions of confinement, which relates to the jails. And Commissioner Cooper is the lead or chair of that ad hoc. Commissioner Cooper, is there anything to report?
Yes. On November the 14th, the ad hoc committee held a meeting and discussed the status of the board motion from July 9th, 24, related to fairness and equity in commissionary prices for the LA jails, wherein the LSD and OIG were directed to present this to the commission on the status of removing the profit markups and reducing the prices. We discussed that LASD and the OIG will be scheduled to present at the January 2025 Commission's meeting on this item. During the meeting, there was also discussion of LASD in custody deaths and the OIG and LASD requirements to appear before the Commission quarterly to present updates on the in-custody overdose deaths in the county jails. We similarly discussed the LASD and the OIG should report on this during the January 2025 Commission's meeting. Now, the Commission participated as a special guest on September the 26th, 24, at the Civil Brand Commission meeting and educational training. It was scheduled to be a joint meeting, but we did not have a quorum. As I was not present in attendance, I will ask the co-chair Johnson to provide an update about that meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. I want to recognize that we have the chair of the Civil Brand Commission here with us. I want to recognize Ray Regalado for his excellent service to our county in this capacity and in others. And I want to note that from that meeting, we had a recommendation for a policy regarding prohibition on deputies assigned to custody from watching non-work related videos and other internet content while on duty. And we will be working with the ad hoc committee to formulate that draft policy and to bring it forward for our December meeting, in addition to sharing that with LASD as that comes out of our committee and our commission structure. So that is the report on that item. There are other items that bubbled up and compel action as a result of that meeting that was conducted by SBC with robust participation, but not a quorum of members of this commission. And I'm happy to share any other items about that later.
Thank you, both Commissioner Cooper and Commissioner Johnson, for the updates. The next report is from the PREA ad hoc committee, and that's also chaired or led by Commissioner Cooper. Commissioner Cooper, do you have a report?
Yes. The commission requested to receive a follow-up materials from LASD regarding the commission's request to review LASD reporting on 6 inmate complaints found by the LASD to be unsubstantiated. The request and LASD's response have been attached to this agenda. The commission has received the response from LASD to the commission's request on the PREA Act compliance, which is also attached to the agenda. On November the 18th, the ad hoc committee held a meeting to review the commission's draft report back to the board in response to the March 19th board motion related to PREA compliance. The ad hoc first reviewed and discussion of the LASD and the OIG report back to the board associated with the motion. Then the ad hoc discussed, reviewed, and agreed that the commission draft report back to the board was ready to be submitted as is. The report is pending finalization and distribution to the appropriate parties. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Do you expect that report will be available for the commission to vote on at its next meeting in December?
I think it's already typed up and ready to go, so I think we can have a vote on that.
Yeah. But we'll make sure it's circulated, put on the agenda for the December meeting, which is going to be a very busy meeting because we're going to discuss our strategic policies, goals, and objectives for next year. Let's
Can
move
we
to
do it virtual?
Well, we possibly can. I mean, the question is if there's some urgency to it, we'll do a virtual meeting, but I don't see this as particularly urgent. We're just getting, it's, unless there's an urgent timeline, we'll take it up at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So now we'll move on to the Technology Committee, which is chaired by Hans Johnson. Hans, anything to report there?
Yes, the ad hoc committee is going to be reviewing an MOU between the Lancaster Police Department, newly established, and the Sheriff's Department to ensure compliance with LASD policies on use of drones. And we're going to be examining artificial intelligence, AI, and its deployment by the department, and ways that the COC can use AI to enhance database learning, pattern detection, and knowledge management. It has both blessings and curses associated with this technology, promises and problems, and we will be looking at that through the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that report. I think the next and perhaps the last report is the Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee, and I actually gave that report as part of the chair's report. So I think we've covered that. I mean, that's basically, we've made some requests for to review documents that were pertinent to the use of force issues, which have been, as I previously stated, denied by the Sheriff's Department. So let's go, before I go there, let me just pause for a moment and ask if there are any members of the commission that have any questions or comments about any of the ad hoc committee reports before we hear from the OIG. Not saying we do, but I just want to make sure that while we're still talking about ad hoc committees.
Hans, I had a question on the AI, because that is so new. If you guys do any education or training, can you invite the entire board to attend your meeting?
We have to be mindful of the ad hoc nature of the committee. So in the absence of a 5-member threshold, we can certainly do that. And we'll make special note of any additional commissioners' desire to participate in that. When we do reports from the Technology Committee, we try to provide some context, and I thank Tracy Jordan for her work in devising some preamble and some context that usually comes with our report. I think we'll try to do that with this report when it's forthcoming. I'm going to guess sometime in February is my best guesstimate. So we try to do some of the learning that is reflected in the introduction and the context setting for whatever kind of findings or recommendations we make. So yes, this is an opportunity to learn. It's also an opportunity to lead.
Okay, and as with all ad hoc committees, at some point when they have completed their discussions with subject matter experts, reviewed policies and the like, they will report back to the full commission. And specifically, hopefully, if there are some information that the full commission should know about the uses of AI or how it possibly could be used to improve law enforcement, that'll be reported to us along with any recommendations that the Technology Ad Hoc Committee is going to be making to the full commission. But you'll bear in mind that there is a particular interest here of the commission being informed and educated, particularly with the uses of AI, because it is so new. Let me turn now to there are 2 updates from the Office of Inspector General, and we have here the Chief Deputy Dara Williams with us, and one's related to essentially the monitoring of cameras in the county jail facilities and the like. And it's an excellent report. I hope everybody's had a chance to read it, and it ends with 10, I think, pretty solid recommendations. But the second report will be on the OIG's process, their process for handling citizen and inmate complaints. Okay, so that'll also be in a very important report. Dora, Ms. Williams, can I call on you to make the first report, and then we'll see if there are any questions, and then we'll segue to the second report.
Of course. And if you don't mind, I just want to make a couple of quick comments to
Sure.
start off, which is we are, of course, available in January to discuss the commissary prices and the in-custody deaths. We are preparing a written report on the commissary prices in response to the Sheriff's Department report. That will be a standalone report, and then we were directed to include that in our regular quarterly reporting, and also some enhanced reporting on in-custody deaths. That will also be part of our regular quarterly reporting. I did have a suggestion at one of our local, our oversight group meetings, that it might be worthwhile to have the AIG, the Assistant Inspector General over custody, to come to these meetings and also be available to answer questions and to give an update monthly on the conditions of confinement. Because that's something that we report in our quarterly report, but we don't necessarily, discuss it on an ongoing basis, and to have that person here to note any issues with the conditions of confinement on a monthly basis might be beneficial to this commission. But obviously, that's up to you.
Yeah, Ms. Williams, let me just respond to that very quickly so we can move on. But what I would prefer is that on a monthly basis, that the conditions of confinement ad hoc committee, which is going to be meeting monthly, that you make that report to them so they can discuss it with the custody, the OIG over custody and the like. But not, we've got to be very mindful of our agenda here, that we don't just put things on that take time and then we don't get to other priority matters. So I would prefer that you actually make these reports, data reports, to the conditions of confinement ad hoc committee, which then can determine whether and to what extent it wants to brief the full commission. So if you would follow that practice, I'd appreciate it. All right, could you go ahead and proceed, Ms. Williams?
Sure, certainly. With regard to the fixed camera report, that's obviously attached to the agenda. The biggest takeaways from that are that we recommend real-time monitoring of the cameras. That is consistent with what the Sheriff's Department notes as one of the primary objectives of having the closed-circuit TV cameras, which is how we refer to the fixed cameras. And so we would suggest that there be staffing to do that. There is technology available that uses AI to enhance real-time monitoring. Obviously, there's a cost associated with staffing and also a cost associated with any sort of updates to a system that includes the AI to enhance real-time monitoring. We did note a number of instances in our report illustrating how real-time monitoring enhances safety in the custodial facilities, in addition to noting things as they actually happen. The other benefit to real-time monitoring is that it also is another check on Title 15 checks, because real-time monitoring can include that you're monitoring employees to make sure that the Title 15 checks are done, and done in a manner that is consistent with what Title 15 requires, right? So that it's not just perfunctory. And then in addition to that, there are some gaps in the department policy with regard to the fixed cameras, and we suggested and recommended ways to close those policy gaps. I would also note that the West Hollywood station has just implemented some fixed cameras throughout the city, and that station is in fact has a provision for real-time monitoring of those fixed cameras. So it's certainly something that obviously the citizens of West Hollywood, in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department, feel is of value, because they indicated in a presentation to the West Hollywood Council that they would be real-time monitoring those cameras. So obviously, there's an acknowledgement there from the Sheriff's Department that this is something that is beneficial. I would also note that there's a Ninth Circuit case, a recent case, that talked about the custom and practice of cell checks, and that even a short review of the custom and practice in the Sheriff's Department, which was a 13-hour period preceding the discovery of an arrestee who committed suicide, that the court found that even looking at that short period of time was enough to essentially suggest a perfunctory practice that did not bar liability on behalf of the Sheriff's Department. So that case is Nyrecha versus County of Los Angeles. And so that case noted that not one deputy who walked by this person who was in custody attempted to elicit a response when the person looked to be in a state that would require one to do that. So, you know, there is substantial liability here if we don't have a way to catch situations as they are ongoing. And the list of, in our report, of situations where that happened is a clear indicator that we need to enhance the security of the inmates through fixed cameras and through Title 15 checks that are timely and not perfunctory. Now, moving on to the complaint process.
No, wait, before you move
sorry.
on to that, let's just pause on this. First of all, I just want to say that, one, it's a no-brainer. There should be real-time monitoring of cameras in the county jail, real-time monitoring. And I find it really troubling that that has not occurred yet and that there's no policy to do that. And so we fully, well, at least I fully agree that that certainly in the county jails, I know you're talking about also station lockups and the like, but at the county jail, there should be real-time monitoring. My question to you, Ms. Williams, is there any reason that custody assistants couldn't do the full-time monitoring of the cameras and then alert deputies if there's an issue that they need to respond to so they could prevent a suicide or prevent some attack on an inmate?
No, I mean, there's nothing that requires that deputies be the ones doing the real-time monitoring.
Yeah. Other than the 65-35 mandatory ratio. Okay. So, and also I can't escape the irony here of that there's no real-time monitoring, but apparently deputies do have time to watch non-work related video, including possibly sexually explicit video, but doesn't matter really what it is, but they're watching non-work related video and they could be monitoring the cameras to potentially prevent deaths in of people in their custody. And so in any event, I'm going to open it up for some discussion here, but I just see, you know, we've been tasked by the Board of Supervisors to look in this issue. I see no reason, given the excellent report by the Office of Inspector General, that this commission needs to duplicate what the IG has done. But the board has asked us to review this issue. And so I'm going to propose a motion that the Civilian Oversight Commission basically state in a motion that after considering the OIG's report to the Board of Supervisors and the briefing that we've heard from the Deputy Inspector General today, that the Civilian Oversight Commission strongly concurs with the 10 recommendations of the Inspector General with respect to the monitoring and use of the cameras in custodial situations. I'll ask for a second to that motion. Actually, let me ask if there is a second to the motion before we begin a broader discussion.
Yes, second.
All right, so motion's been seconded. Now, you've read the Inspector General's report, the lack of monitoring or policy to have 24/7 monitoring of the cameras. Any commissioners wish to discuss this or ask any questions of Ms. Williams with respect to the IG's report on this issue?
I have a question. When the cameras are on in the jail, where are they backed up to? So in case you guys want to look at those cameras to make sure nothing is changed on the cameras.
They're backed up to a system that we have access to, assuming that the camera's working. There have been one or two instances where the cameras appeared to be working, but were not working. But otherwise, the video is retained. It's supposed to be retained for a year, and we, in our recommendations, also include that certain video be retained for longer periods of time, because sometimes there's civil litigation or criminal prosecution that the video would either be helpful to, it depends. I mean, it could be exculpatory, for instance, for a defendant if there's video. It could be inculpatory. So obviously in one case it would benefit the prosecution, in the other case it would benefit the defense, but obviously it needs to be preserved in either instance. And same goes for civil liability, that it should be preserved. So there are retention periods. We in our report indicate what we think gaps need to be closed with regard to retention. But we are able to look at video and access it for at a minimum up to a year after an incident. And we often do look at it. We do have the capability of looking at it from our office under this administration. Under the previous administration, we had to go to jails to do
But
that.
that's after the fact. But the point is,
Yeah.
if you go to Men's Central Jail, there's a monitoring room. All the camera feeds go into a monitoring room. Somebody could be monitoring those cameras that show every place that is visible by camera in the Men's Central Jail. And the CCJV, by the way, recommended that the cameras be expanded so that you had as broad a coverage as possible in all the jail facilities. I mean, sometimes there's always a little nook and cranny that you can't get on camera, but in any event, they could be monitored. That's the point I wanted to make.
Yeah, but my point was I wanted to make sure that they were stored somewhere
Oh, yeah.
other than the jail, so they could not be
Yeah.
changed. That was my concern.
And I think Ms. Williams responded to that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Harris?
A couple of questions about the cameras. How many cameras are we talking about?
I have absolutely no idea.
Lots.
But Assistant Sheriff Tokar may know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have an exact number, but there are thousands of cameras.
Thank you. Has there been any study on how many monitors a human being can actually monitor effectively? Because if there are thousands of cameras, which means there's thousands of individual monitoring screens, how many screens can a human being effectively monitor?
That I don't know, but that's where I think that the sort of technology that I believe Axon and other companies are able to do, they have, and this is not in our report because we're not advocating whether it be, humans or humans enhanced. We're just saying that there has to be some system of real-time monitoring. But some of the systems, for instance, will know when a bunch of people congregate, right? Or note when there's a man down, as we call it, even though that applies to men and women. So there is technology that can enhance a person viewing the cameras, which I think then allows a person to view multiple cameras at the same time. Obviously, a person can do that, but I think it would lower the person to camera ratio. In other words, fewer people need to be real-time monitoring if you have the enhanced technology. Now, we always get back to, the infrastructure in some of these older facilities may not be able to accommodate that, especially given some of the other upgrades that are being done. And I would also note that apart from this, custody has a program right now where they're using body-worn cameras, right? But then obviously that costs money too to equip everybody in custody with the body-worn camera. But a body-worn camera system obviously also enhances real-time monitoring of custodial facilities. So there's obviously a cost-benefit analysis. What is the preference of the county in what they are willing to fund. But our position is they have to be willing to fund something, because we, as a county, pay out an exorbitant amount in settlements because we're not adequately caring for the people in our custodial facilities. So the county needs to decide, what the cost benefit analysis is. And obviously my hope is that we would value the lives of the people, the health of the people in custody in such a way that the county is willing to pay people or systems to enhance the safety of the people in our custody.
Okay, just a couple follow-up. Is Axon responsible for any of these fixed camera positions in our custody facilities?
No.
Okay, so we won't be looking to them for a solution for this particular problem, maybe for other problems. I'm just going to make a general comment here, and I hope the technology committee, of which I sit on, looks at the potential for AI to be utilized in this area. Because I know relying on human beings to look at television monitors and expect to catch everything that needs to be caught is a fool's errand. That's not going to happen ever. But there are things we can do to be vastly better than we are now. And I think we need to look at every potential area to help us enhance our ability to do that.
That might require replacing the current system with a company that has that technology, but that's beyond my area of expertise. I just noted when we were writing the report, and I Googled something, that I found these other systems were available that do use AI.
I would just observe that having human monitoring is better than having no monitoring at all of the cameras. Okay, so let's get that. And secondly, you're on the technology committee with Commissioner Johnson. You can get an answer to the question of how much it costs, how many monitors can one person reasonably be expected to handle. And so Men's Central Jail has about 50 feeds. Is about, or I can't remember the exact number, but if it's it's at 20, only 20, then you need 3 people doing the monitoring, unless you have computer enhanced monitoring, which makes a lot of sense, although it's going to be an expense item, right, to do that, in which case, but it would be, by the way, there are very effective systems out there for doing exactly that. Excuse me, Commissioner Callaway, you had a comment or question or an observation.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that when we're doing the recommendations, and if we're talking about artificial intelligence, that we're making sure that there's an actual expert reviewing the actual artificial intelligence that we're using, so it doesn't do what it normally does, which is bias on not having enough database of Black and brown people to actually make a proper assessment to avoid false positives. That's one comment. The second comment is like, is there going to be recommendations if we're talking about archiving and impoundment of videos when, say, a murder or suicide or any of those type of things happen? Is there going to be baked in a recommendation on how families who are affected by it can access those videos?
That's not in their recommendations. That's something we should probably consider, or the relevant ad hoc committee could consider. There's no recommendation with using AI or any enhanced monitoring here in the 10 recommendations that we would be voting on. The 10 recommendations are set of the Inspector General are set out. They basically require that cameras be monitored, and they require and their retention requirements with respect to the footage that's captured in the monitors. Go ahead. Other questions, thoughts, or?
Well, there is data available about video monitoring, and I just want to note that there are studies about how many monitors a human can effectively observe. Up to about 8 is a maximum at about 100% efficiency. Between 8 and 15 or so, it goes down to about 80% efficiency. Between 15 and 25, it goes down to about 75% efficiency. And over 25, it goes down to 50% efficiency. So this is not something that we are all at sea about. There is data available about this, and we do need to have best practices adhered to in the Sheriff's Department when it comes to video monitoring and the responsibilities of officers or or custody assistance in doing that monitoring. And I just want to note, and I appreciate Ms. Williams' summary on this, but I just want to state for the record that we are trying to prevent evidence of cruelty and inhumanity in the jails. And I just want to say it because we are going to be facing a dramatic escalation in everyday cruelty in the lives of Angelenos over the next months. And I want to urge that every step possible be taken to make LASD from top to bottom in every area and every arena and cell block possible to remove cruelty and inhumanity and the evidence of it in the treatment of people in custody so that there's credibility when our sheriff and sheriff's department leadership talk about trying to prevent cruelty in our communities from mass deportations, roundups, and raids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's segue to the next report, which of the Inspector General, which is a briefing with respect to your processing of citizen complaints and inmate grievances or complaints. Ms. Williams.
Yes, would you be so kind to allow Assistant Sheriff Tokar to make a comment on the fixed camera report?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was just hoping to answer the question. So Men's Central Jail has 930 cameras just in the one jail. And Commissioner Johnson did talk about the studies. The study we looked at is maximum efficiency would be 4 to 8 cameras per person. And I just like to remind the commission of we're facing some serious staffing shortages now. But we do recognize that real-time monitoring has a benefit. There's a large lift to get to that point.
Yeah, thank you, and that's very helpful. All right, so with that, Ms. Williams.
Is there a motion on the table?
But we'll take it later. We'll take it after public comment.
Okay.
There is a motion, but Ms. Williams, the second report, brief us on how the IG handles complaints, and also, by the way, include within that how you handle citizen complaints that are initially referred to us that we refer to the IG to. Touch on that at some point, if you would.
Yes, so the OIG's primary function with regard to complaints is to monitor the complaints. And that does not satisfy a lot of people, but that in fact is our primary function. Monitoring is a gathering of information regarding facilities and operations, including by direct observation, discussions with staff and the public, and a review of records in order to identify problem areas. Mostly with regard to complaints, we look at them from a systemic point of view, which is when we see multiple complaints about the same thing, we would then write a report and present that report to the sheriff's department, to the public. And also that obviously includes the sheriff department and recommendations to the sheriff's department. We do on a regular basis receive complaints. Most of our complaints are about custody. And those complaints, we do regularly elevate anything emergent to custodial staff or CHS staff. So obviously if someone is having a medical issue and we're in the facility, we pass that information along immediately in order for the complaint to be addressed. So while we don't investigate complaints per se, we do elevate complaints so that they're handled more quickly when we see an emergent need. That also happens for complaints that we receive at the office via phone call or through our website. Anything that is emergent, we would elevate that. And I personally have done that myself, where I've called a facility or a captain to see if we can deal with a problem quickly and make sure that it is resolved if that's possible. With regard to all of the complaints that we get, though, we do pass those along to the sheriff's department under 832.5 of the California Penal Code that sets forth the procedure for investigation of citizen complaints against personnel. We monitor those complaints in the sense that we do find out what the disposition of any of those complaints are. But that penal code section does require that police departments have established and published procedures for compliance with their statutory duty to conduct investigations. The Sheriff's Department currently has some policies that don't necessarily reflect the requirements for investigating and resolving complaints. In other words, there's different levels of, there's different standards for when a complaint is founded, unfounded, exonerated, or sustained. And some of those have a standard of proof that needs to be updated in the Sheriff's Department policies. My understanding is that they are in the process of updating that, but obviously they have to meet and confer with the unions on that. Now, essentially, these are requirements by law, so I don't expect that the unions will push back on what are legal requirements to any great degree. But I will say, as a side note, that the Office of Inspector General and the Sheriff's Department lost the appeal on the ALAD's decision. That being said, there was some strong language in that decision that supports the idea that the Inspector General has the right to negotiate, and in fact said the decision to investigate is non-negotiable, but that there still must be a meet and confer with the unions on the effects of the investigation. So the same would hold true here with regard to the Sheriff's Department changing they have multiple policies, including an investigator handbook, to note that for a complaint to be unfounded, it has to be clearly established that the allegation is not true, exonerated, that the inquiry clearly established that the actions of the personnel were not in violation of the law or policy, that a sustained finding is that the evidence is sufficient to establish the truth of the complaint by a preponderance of the evidence, and not sustained is that the inquiry failed to disclose sufficient evidence to prove or disprove the complaint. So obviously those are the standards for the Sheriff's Department investigation, but we do recommend that their policy be changed in order to follow those standards. We can investigate a complaint if we are able to, and obviously if there's some element of needing to meet and confer to do an investigation as it's defined in our ordinance, because an investigation defined in our ordinance does relate to discipline. And so not that we would impose the discipline, but that it does in fact relate to employee misconduct. And so we have to be cognizant of what our definition of investigate is. But that being said, we do conduct inquiries. And what that means essentially is that we do review investigations. We do at times report out, without revealing confidential information, the results of those investigations. But it's not something that we do with regard to every single complaint, because that would require staffing that we don't have. And because the law requires the Sheriff's Department to investigate their own complaints, it might be the better system to require the Sheriff's Department to fix their complaint system such that they're honestly investigating the complaints made to them. And we have in the past, we wrote a report in Santa Clarita about some problems with the complaint system, and it's something that we continue to look at. It's also come up in family harassment. Our reports to this commission in family harassment, that the vast majority of complaints reviewed by the Sheriff's Department either are unfounded and unresolved, and it's hard to believe that there wouldn't be more complaints that were founded just based on the sheer number of complaints, much like the commission was concerned with the PREA investigations. So that is something that the Office of Inspector General continues to look at systemically as opposed to investigating individual complaints, which is not something that we, that's our primary mission, which is systemic review. I would note that there are ways to appeal from a sheriff's department decision, and that there are other resources as well. For instance, complainants can contact the Office of the Attorney General, the Civil Grand Jury, or the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office if they are not satisfied with the finding by the Sheriff's Department. But the Office of Inspector General could certainly bring to the attention of the Sheriff's Department if we disagree with one of their findings. And once again, we can bring it to the public assuming that we can do it in a way that does not violate confidentiality. But we can't make the Sheriff's Department change its decision, much like we can't force them to change their disciplinary decisions. So I hope that answers some questions. I do think it would be useful for this commission to hear from the Sheriff's Department on the complaint process, since they are tasked with doing that by state law.
Yeah, we are going to hear from the Sheriff's Department on its handling of complaints, but on the IG's office, Ms. Williams, you say you receive citizen complaints and inmate complaints through the IG's office. I guess that's phone and by email and the like, and also through your website. But what do you do when we referred complaints? The third source of complaints are people that complain to us. We have even more limited staff than the IG, significantly more limited staff. We have no trained investigators. We refer a complaint that we receive, whether it's from the Francisco Nunez family or otherwise, to the IG. How do you process our complaints? And how do you report back to us?
So there's two different things that we do. One, if it's a citizen complaint and the citizen, that includes people in custody, if the citizen agrees to have that complaint go to the Sheriff's Department, we do forward those complaints to the Sheriff's Department. We only forward those complaints if the individual agrees that they want the complaint forwarded. And also, just to briefly mention, the Sheriff's Department generally does not investigate anonymous complaints, but we do pass along anonymous complaints to the Sheriff's Department. And depending on the anonymous complaint, they can choose to investigate those anonymous complaints. With regard to complaints that, for instance, the Francisco Nunez complaint, you voted today to have us review the entire investigation. We do oftentimes on our own review entire investigations when those issues are raised at these commissions meetings. However, based on the confidentiality of the information, we don't always provide that information to the Civilian Oversight Commission. If County Council indicates to us that we can provide that information to the Civilian Oversight Commission, then of course we would do that, but it would have to be to an ad hoc committee. I think there are times that we can comment generally on an investigation, but that we have to be cognizant of the confidentiality of criminal investigations that are still open. And then on once those investigations are concluded, on administrative investigations into the deputies, because there is confidentiality if it's not covered by 1421.
No, I understand the difficulty reporting back, but it's not always the commission itself. So commission staff, if we receive a citizen complaint, we need to be able to, in most cases, refer that to the IG and have a process for doing that. But I know we're going to have a discussion of this actually with Inspector General Huntsman and hopefully you, Darrell.
Yes.
On this soon. But we just want to make sure we have a smooth process for being able to do that, and then receiving back what information we can, so we know that there's been follow-up to the extent there can be follow-up on a citizen complaint that's been made to the commission, either
Yes.
at our offices or by phone or by email or at one of our public hearings.
Yes, and we'd be more than happy to provide whatever information that we can, and we support changes as necessary to the COC ordinance in order to be able to more easily effectuate that. And hopefully County Council can get an ordinance passed that allows for that to occur.
So just 2 points of clarification, if I might. Is the OIG a conduit for pursuing complaints that may be brought to our commission anonymously?
If you pass along anonymous complaints to us, then I would pass them along to the Sheriff's Department.
And you mentioned that you check with complainants through our channel to you about whether they wish to have their complaint brought to the Sheriff's Department. But I want to ask, what about those complainants who may not agree to that? How do you handle, or what do you do with those complaints?
So if there were a way for us to investigate, we might, if we thought it went to a systemic issue that's of concern. But if we're not able to, then they would not be investigated. But I do want to keep in mind that, you know, we tried to investigate deputy gangs and we were not able to. And so any investigation, if it's really a thorough investigation, it would have to involve speaking to the deputies, right? Because otherwise it's not really an investigation. We review Sheriff's Department investigations all the time, and we point out things that we think could have been done better, or don't follow Sheriff's Department policies, or don't follow state law, right? Those are really not investigations. Those are reviews of investigations. So you could call that monitoring, you could call it inquiry, you can call it something other than an investigation. But really, to conduct a true investigation, you'd have to be able to speak to all sides involved, right? And based on the ALAD's decision, it's pretty clear at this point that we have to continue meeting and conferring with the unions. And I say continue because under Measure R, we were already doing that. We also have meet and confer sessions based on our lawsuits, but they really involve the same things. And one of the things the Court of Appeals said is that the meet and confer don't have to result in an agreement. At some point in time, you can call it. And that's, the Inspector General is quoted in the LA Times quoting the Court of Appeal decision. It just got, the LA Times just has the article this morning. I do have the Court of Appeal decision, but I have not read it yet. I'm happy to share that. Obviously, it's a public document. We can send it to the commission. And so I think we just have to be cognizant that there are limitations until we complete the meet and confer process. There are limitations to really being able to conduct an investigation that includes having interviews with the deputies involved. So unless you really include that, it's really not an investigation. It's really a review of an investigation. Now, we obviously have and can talk to the complainant, but that's not the whole story.
Okay. Well, I think, thank you, Ms. Williams, for the reports. I'm just going to, I think at this point,
I
given
would
the
like to-
time, we
I would like
almost
to have
have
a
to move
comment.
on. No, we have to be, we're done at 1 because our AV support is going to be cut off then. And we
Yeah.
rent this room until 1 p.m.
I just have a quick
Go
thing.
ahead, Mr. Callaway.
I
Commissioner
just
Callaway.
want to make a statement that I'm very sad that what we just said is that if I go to the watch commander, then the sheriffs review and investigate the complaint. If I go to the IOG, then the IOG passes it to the sheriff to the review of the complaint.
Yep.
And then if I go to the Civilian Oversight Commission, then we pass it to the sheriffs to investigate. But it's a conflict of interest at some point. So I would just like for us to at least have a ad hoc committee on complaints if possible, so that we can actually manage this process to figure out what is a better path forward to actually get somebody to not just review, but also to help a person who's been waiting on the investigation for months to a year and not received any information at all.
So you're suggesting an ad hoc committee on the complaints process and maybe improvements.
Yes.
Let me discuss that with you further. We'll take it under advisement and I'll raise it at the next meeting as to whether we should constitute one. I do want to, in the interest of time here, I'm sorry, but I've done a very poor job managing this meeting because we still have some 3 more substantive reports that we couldn't get to at the last meeting. But before we do that, we need to take public comment with respect to the ad hoc committee reports, the 2 reports of the Inspector General, and the motion with respect to adopting the Inspector General's 10 recommendations with respect to camera monitoring and retention of camera footage.
And just so it's on the record, I want to note that the ad hoc on technology will also be dealing with flock safety and the cameras being used in Palmdale and Lancaster and also used by LASD. So flock safety is on the agenda of the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Great. All right. So public comment on those 3 items, Ms. Jordan.
Yes, our first public comment is from Michelle Infante. And then if we can have Tramel Carter line up behind her, please.
Ms. Infante.
Good morning, Ms. Mosley, Chair Bonner, and Commissioners. I would like to talk about the complaint process first. First of all, you all receive the complaints, and there's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be collecting the data from that in order to find patterns of abuse yourself. You will see it. All you need to do is look at it. The OIG, the same thing. They should be doing the same thing. You receive those complaints. You receive data and information that people in the community are trying to relay to you. And you people are looking at it and then shuffling it back to the Sheriff's Department, and nothing is being done. Well, here, the Sheriff's Department has 3 different departments for accountability and transparency, and none of them work. Not one of them work. What we have is the Constitutional Policing Unit that's been added that's costing the department money, right? And you're a policy that's supposed to be you're supposed to be looking at policy and state law. And then you're supposed to be letting the families in the community know when they file a complaint what happens. Ms. Vanessa waited almost 10 months to find out what happened. And when she did, it came back. What do you think it came back? Unsubstantiated. Of course, it's unsubstantiated. So the Sheriff's Department once again gets away with the murderer investigating the murder. There's a definite need here for independent investigations. OIG can't do it. The COC can't do it. And it's time that you bring in, after 10 years, I've been doing this for 10 years and watching the Sheriff's Department destroy families' lives. You're destroying families' lives. And then the rest of you are contributing to that. The OIG, you wrote a report, Ms. Williams, and I can appreciate the report that comes, but here's what you do. You talk about the Sheriff's Department failing to properly conduct the Title 15, the checks. It's not a failure to properly do, it's they're not doing their job. And you should be writing that. The Sheriff's Department is not doing their job. You're talking about having cameras put in. You talked about 937 cameras just at MCJ. I wonder how many of those are broken or how many of those are actually in use and not being looked at.
Thank you.
If the Sheriff's Department cannot
Thank you,
comply
Michelle.
with 30-minute safety checks,
Next
how are they going to
public
be able to
comment.
look at the cameras?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Infante. Next. Yeah, proceed.
Hi, I see the assistant sheriff here. I contacted your office when I was out of custody October 16 at 213-893-5001, and your adjutant and lieutenant kept hanging up the telephone in my face and told me my matter was not important. So I will be listing you to appear at a hearing coming up soon so that you can further show that I was here speaking on the matter and I had to come to the board. And me coming to the board versus contacting you, I could have gotten other things resolved. So you're here at meetings, but you're not available when people are contacting your office as a part of your job duties. On October 16th of this year, I was sent to IRC MCJ jail, and they told me because I previously filed this complaint that had a disposition of unresolved, they labeled me as schizophrenic, put me in a mental ward with the blue outfit with Velcro, no clothes, gave me 3 little squares of tissue and told me I may harm myself. But prior to coming into custody, 2 hours before coming into MCJ, I was at USC hospital. The doctor's report says I'm not mental. I have a disc bulge in my back. But when I get to MCJ, October 16th at IRC, they then took me from IRC after 5 hours, coming from a hospital with a disc bulge, left me in an IRC cell, no bedding, then took me and said, because we have your name, we have things under your name, you filed this in 2022, you need to learn a lesson. So they took me to the mental ward and labeled me as schizophrenic and left me in there for 2 days, no clothing, just a gown, nothing underneath, no bedding. And they laughed and laughed and laughed until finally an ethical employee came by and said, this is not right. She gave me a different screening and I'm out. Since I've been out of custody, since October 24th, I have went to 3 psychiatrists and they all told me you are not schizophrenic. And I would like the board in its entirety to do an investigation on what has occurred to me, because leaving it in the hands of the Inspector General's office, all she's going to do on her and her supervisor, they're just going to find verbiage to dance around the issue. And I would like more explicit answers to why I was labeled schizophrenic and 3 medical doctors said that I'm not.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Ray Regalado, Civil Brand Commission Chair.
Commissioner Regalado, yeah, I know you'll speak to the agenda item here, but it would really be helpful if public comment were directed toward the agenda item we just addressed. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate that. And actually, what I'm going to address is the use of terms. The constant use of terms, or the term citizens complaints and things like that. This is something that I was very well aware of when I was with the Human Relations Commission for LA County. That might be putting off people filing complaints when they see the term citizen. I would suggest that perhaps maybe in the future we start using other types of terms that is more inclusive, so that outside community members, people with questionable residency applications, might be something that might be reconsidered when we're talking about things like this. So
like,
people are
when we say citizens, by the way, we probably should say citizens and residents of the County of Los Angeles.
Yeah,
right? You don't have to be a citizen to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That would be my concern. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
And
sir.
my apologies for that. I should phrase it in the term of community complaints, because that's really what I meant. And I think in our own reporting, we have suggested not saying the word. So my apologies.
Understood. It's a good point. Well taken. Other public comment?
Thank you. Our first online public comment is from Colin Campbell. You have been unmuted, Colin. Colin, you're muted.
I can hear you. Okay. Honorable Committee, Robert Bonner, Charmaine Mosley, Hans Johnson. My name is Colin Campbell. I'm the whistleblower and Oracle data architect from July 2019 that enabled us to switch the currency to blockchain to Los Angeles Department of Water and Power for the energy grid, bringing Oracle Federal AI CI apparatus. Governor Newsom approved an AI Accountability Act, Senate Bill 896 on 9/30/2024 by Senator Dodd. I presented the federal budget of $238.5 billion to LA Board of Supervisors on 9/10/2024 for Oracle Federal.
Is your public comment related to this item, Colin?
Yes, this is for the artificial intelligence that Hans was talking about.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I began an investigation August of 2002 with Catherine Barker's office, and I've identified institutional racism in the Pasadena courthouse by Judge Joel Lofton, an African-American active military, and the legal system does not allow African-American judges to review evidence of racism. Our judicial system should have this ability. We would like to request permission to roll out this to the court and healthcare systems to detect racism and persecution under the executive orders from Governor Newsom, President Biden, and Vice President Harris. The committee would be a great place for us to help do this, and we would like to roll this out for law enforcement, courts, jails, homeless, healthcare, as well as for policy and complaints in families. Charmaine Mosley, Hans, how may I apply for the position as a staff analyst so that I can help set up a demo using Oracle Cyber Command that is sentient and self-aware and knows all? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Peter Eliasberg. Peter, you have been unmuted.
Thank you, commissioners. I just wanted to comment on the sort of related issues of discussion of looking at personal video by sheriff's personnel in the jails while they're on duty, the discussion of a staffing plan, and also whether there's going to be human monitoring of video. But I would like to point out that we hear constantly about the deficit of staffing in the sheriff's department, and now there's a discussion of a study of staffing plans. But I think beyond the problems with looking at personal video and pornography by sheriff's members on duties, it does call into question some of these complaints about lack of staffing. If sheriff's personnel have the time to be spending to watch personal video, then there certainly seems to be question about whether they're using their staffing problem properly, and maybe that there isn't such a lack of staff, but simply a misallocation or misuse of the staff that they do have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last online public comment for this item is from Lupe Hervias. Lupe, you've been unmuted.
Hi, like I mentioned before, my son's name is Nick Pitts, and he has been in the Metropolitan State Hospital. Today, he's going to Twin Towers, and about the treatment that they receive there, or the lack of treatment they get there when people have mental issues. Yes, there should be cameras. I advocate for this. If there's nothing to hide, why would there not be cameras? I feel that the treatment is very poor. I seen how my son has been treated. He has been beat up. And I'm not saying everybody, because I know there are good people there too working. But for those people that don't treat the inmates well, I think they should be disciplined. I also have a comment about the OIG office. I think my experience has been it's like umbrella. I filed a complaint, and this is against the LAPD OIG, and they never interview me. I was never interviewed about the situation, and all the findings were they supported the police officers. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. I just wanted to let them know that what happened to my son was a horrible situation. But again, they said, oh, the officers didn't do anything wrong and that they were following process. In this case, I feel that they are wrong, that my son was not served justice.
Thank you. There are no further public comments on this item.
Okay, so there's a motion that the commission, after considering the OIG's October 1, 2024 report to the Board of Supervisors and the briefing given to us by the Deputy Inspector General Dara Williams, that this Civilian Oversight Commission strongly supports the 10 recommendations of the IG contained in its report. It's been seconded. Call for the question unless there's further discussion. All right, all those commissioners in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Right, that motion passes. So let's move to the unfinished business. These were the presentations that we couldn't get to at our last hearing, and I'm not sure we're going to get to all of them today, but let's try to get through the first two anyway. The first one, by the way, is very appropriate here. This is a presentation on the Sheriff's Department. It's handling of custody inmate grievance forms, and I'm trying to see who's the presenter on that. If you could come forward, be greatly appreciated. I believe we have Captain Darrell Walker and maybe Sergeant Jonathan Sneed, but why don't you two introduce yourself and We look forward to your presentation.
Hi, how are you? I'm Sergeant Jonathan Sneed. I work at the Custody Division.
Yeah,
Inmate
speak a
Grievance
little
Team.
bit closer to the mic, maybe just bring it up toward yourself a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make it work. I work at for the Custody Service, the Custody Inmate Division Grievance Team. So we oversee all the facility grievance teams at the facility. So wanted to talk about the grievance forms that we have for today. Just go over the ones that we have. Let's see how this one works. So we have 3 different forms that we give out to the inmates. We have a inmate request form just for basic requests. We have an inmate grievance form for specific grievances. We also have a health service form that we get from our CHS, from our nursing staff. So we do have different provisions that we're under different mandates from the DOJ and obviously the ROSIS provisions that you know of that apply to our grievance forms. For the request forms, there's a couple that I just wanted to point out. There's one that the grievances should be collected no less than once per day. We have sergeants going by each of the boxes once per shift, and they do collect them. They also make sure that the boxes are filled with the forms, and that we do have to respond to the grievances request within 15 days unless we add an extension onto those. So our form is specific to the different provisions that require us to have different stuff on there. We have an emergency section that the inmates can place if it's emergency, their life's in danger, over detention, those sort of things. If they do mark that it's emergent, we have to notify watch commander. We have to address it right there on the floor. So we capture that information at the bottom of the form, what you'll see on there. And all that happens outside of our system. We also have timelines up on top for the inmates to know how long they have to submit a grievance. It's 15 days for a standard grievance. If it's a grievance against staff, they have up to 30 days from the date of the incident to submit those. And then we have different categories of alleged conduct for the staff that we have on the form, which are mandated by our ROSIS mandates. Some of those are use of force, retaliation, harassment, and also PREA we have on there.
I guess just a quick question. That's
Yeah.
collected once a day. You mean once a day per shift?
No, we collect them once per shift. So the sergeants will go by.
3 times or 4 times a day.
Yeah, well, we're mandated only pick it up once per day, but we do it once per shift. So we do it 3 times per day. We have an issue with sometimes we'll fill the boxes and some inmates will take all of them.
Right.
So we try and go by more than once a day to make sure that those boxes are filled.
Thank you.
Do you have a list of what is an emergency? Because you stated here that if it's changed, you note why.
So they can write if it's emergency if they choose to. We deem an emergency if their life's in danger, or if it's an over detention or something that needs to be happen right now. We have to handle that and notify the inmate within 5 days of that emergent. We also let the watch commander know that shift. Everything that happens for that emergent complaint, we document at the bottom of the form.
Okay, but my question is, if it's changed from what the inmate put down and you determine it's not an emergency,
So if the inmate marks as emergent and say, just a basic, like they didn't get something in their store. Obviously, it's not an emergent request. We'll downgrade it. We also let the watch commander know that we got an emergent request. It's not emergent. And then we let the inmate know within 5 days that we did receive your complaint. We're not going to handle it as emergent request, but we are going to handle it as a regular complaint or whatever it may be. And then we give them a note. We notify the inmate. We do have 3 copies of our complaint of the form. It's a triplicate copy. So we can make the notes for that complaint, and we can just give the inmate what we did for that emergent portion.
Thank you.
So I have a question too. On the 30-day deadline for filing a use of force grievance, is that like law or something? Like, is there a reason why it's 30 days instead of it just being 30 days for a non-emergent grievance and then any actual use of force? Because what if I don't wake up until 30 days after you hit me?
So we do have, so what the 30 days is, they have 30 days to file it, or we'll respond back and give them a notification of the outcome of the grievance. We'll still investigate it because there's an allegation against a staff member, that's still going to be investigated either way. So if you say, someone tells us that there's use of force and it was 2 months ago, we'll still investigate the use of force. But when it comes to notifying the inmate of the disposition after the investigation, that we will not do because it's been after the fact. So we'll still do the investigation because we still received a personnel complaint. That still goes through, but the 10-day notification to notify the inmate after the adjudication of the complaint does not have to happen because it did not take place within those 30 days, which means that they also can't file an appeal on that complaint because they didn't do it within the time frame. And those were approved by the ROSAS monitors within our policy.
So is what you're describing here, is this the SIGA system that was implemented last June?
So SIGA is just the grievance application that we wrote to document and track all the grievances that come in.
Okay.
So we previously had a system, CARDS it was like a 2010 SharePoint application. Our Data Service Bureau, they stopped supporting that. So we had to rewrite a whole new system, which is a web-based system to track this. And it's more geared towards our ROSAS provisions and to help us get in compliance.
I just want to follow up on some description of the grievance system and SIGA that was made at our forum in September that was led by the Civil Brand Commission, chaired by Ray Regalado, who's here today. And I just want to follow up on a few of the items that were raised there that do, I think, help motivate your presence here today. And we're apologizing that we were not able to get to this.
Could I just ask a clarifying question though, Commissioner Johnson? Isn't that item 3 here, the presentation of conditions, particular emphasis on communicable diseases from the?
No.
Okay, all right.
One other item.
Okay, but go ahead.
There was an objection raised and a concern articulated by several commissioners of SBC that there's no ticket given to a grievant about a grievance filing, that there's no notification given to them about that form. And while there may be a triplicate for your records, there's no hard copy received by a grievant or their family, if it's a family member filing it, that this has in fact been entered into the system. Can you address that, or is there a way that you could enhance the system and its transparency and the trust of stakeholders involved by having some kind of ticket that shows the record of the grievance being filed and proceeding?
So if it's the inmate filing a grievance, there's 3 copies. There's one for them to keep for themselves to show that they filled it out, which they can always follow up on. We don't print up an acknowledgement of the form. They have 15 days to get a response back of some sort of response. Either it's going to be an extension or it'll be a disposition for that complaint. So they will have that. It does have a unique identifier on that paper that we give them. So they will have something. They can always, if they don't hear back within 15 days, they can ask any one of the staff to look it up. They can look it up to see if it was in there. And if it wasn't, they could file another complaint with the supervisor and mark on there that here's my copy of it. You can make a copy and they can look in to see whether it was collected or not. We get third-party complaints that come in from either the OIG, ACLU, or from family members that call in. We fill out a third-party form for those. They do get a number that's associated with it. We don't send anything to them. We can give them that number when they do get it. When we get the OIG and ACLU complaints, all the ACLU complaints have a number that we track those with. The OIG, we do respond back with the number that we entered in, and my team is one that does the entries for most of those, including the 88 ones.
Does the OIG have access to the SIGA system?
Yes. Yes, we brought them in. We consulted with the OIG specifically regarding like our Johnson lawsuit that we have to make sure that we can be in compliance with ADA complaints. We got a lot of feedback and a lot of input from them. And they do have access. And I know just recently we made sure one of the OIG members did have access and they were able to access SECA.
And if I can jump in, this is our current system, our on-paper system. We are hoping to move to tablets. And it's going to take some time because it's a contracting process for our new telephone contract. But what you're saying, that feedback that it was entered and the ability to track and the ability to respond more quickly, when we move away from paper and actually enter this decade, it will help that system. So I hear what you're saying, and that is our goal. We're just hampered by paper at this point.
But just be aware that even in a more modern system, there can be a role for hard copy as a confirmation or as a bit of validation for tracking. Hard copy shouldn't necessarily be fully expunged from a modern system for providing a ticket of compliance.
Are these forms numbered? And is that the tracking number you use in the system?
They're not numbered because we scan them in. And then once we scan them in, it automatically gives them a number in our system.
Okay, so the copy that the inmate gives does not have the tracking number on it.
It will not have a tracking number until we actually manually enter it into the system. So our process that the sergeant on the floor, they'll collect all the grievances from the box and they'll do an initial review of that grievance. Because we're supposed to review every grievance within 24 hours. That covers that. They'll put their name on it, they'll timestamp it, and that's our department made aware on date for that grievance. So they put them into a box. Our facility grievance teams will go by and collect them all from those boxes. They'll also go through them, do a quick, just look through to make sure that they are all supposed to be entered and that there's nothing emergent. And then they'll scan them in. They'll take the scanned copy and they have to manually type out what's on that form and enter the information, including the booking number, the date that we received it, anything that might have been done that the sergeant did on the floor, and they'll enter that into our system. And that's where they would be able to dispo it out and print up a disposition for the inmate.
If I could ask, about what percentage, if you know, of complaints are deemed by the inmate as being emergent?
I do not have the exact numbers, but we do have one of our provisions is that the sergeants do go through and review. The sergeant at the facility, the grievance coordinator at the facility will go through and review all marked emergent grievances as part of a review to make sure that those emergent grievances were done correctly. But I don't have the exact number.
No, but guesstimate, just a guesstimate, really. No one's going to hold you to
Yeah,
it.
guesstimate.
It's not a very high percentage.
5 to 10?
No, I don't even think it's that much.
Below 5?
I think it's below 5% that are.
Okay. I guess
marked
my
and
concern
deemed.
is just you have on the policy that you've got 5 days to respond to an emergent complaint. That seemed a little odd to me, but as long as the sergeant's looking at it the same day they get it, that makes me feel a little better that if you really have an emergency, if I've been over detained, I don't want to wait 5 days for somebody to come in and tell me, oh, gosh, you're right. You've been over detained now for 6 days. That doesn't seem quite right to me. But I appreciate you've got a lot of numbers and perhaps things that an inmate may consider an emergency aren't in fact an emergency. So as long as somebody's putting a set of eyes on those ones that say emergency in real time, like we're talking about with cameras. So if it is an emergency, somebody can jump on that immediately. That'd make me as a commissioner feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that 5-day window, that applies for the ones that aren't emergent, but they're marked emergent.
Okay, right.
So they just may put that that they're missing something from their store, for example. Right. We have 5 days to let that inmate know that this is not an emergent complaint. So it covers all of those.
Okay.
Obviously, we'd like to be able to handle anything that is emergent right away, including an over detention, including inmate's life being in danger,
Right.
or anything like that. Those we expect those to be resolved before that grievance even gets to the grievance team.
Okay.
So as soon as they pick it up, they are handling those. But we have to notify the inmate that it wasn't handled as emergent, and that's our 5-day window.
Okay.
So we don't look at inmates in danger. We have 5 days to respond back. That just covers everything, including the downgrades. But we do expect the sergeants on the floor to handle those emergent grievances at that time.
Right.
And we haven't really had any issues
Okay.
with those. It's just the time frame of notifying the inmate of some sort of disposition of what's going on.
Since we have Sergeant Sneed here and Captain Walker here, I'm wondering, can we just get the report in with respect to the second quarter 2024 report that emphasizes, I guess it's going to emphasize communicable diseases within the jail system. Captain Walker.
Certainly. Thank you. Captain Walker, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Custody Support Services Bureau. The slides that I prepared for my presentation speak more about conditions of confinement as it relate to custody. If they wanted the specific portions, I know there's an emphasis on the communicable disease portion. We have Dr. Henderson, who I believe is on the line. If we want to get that presented first, so we make sure we get that information, and then I can get to mine, if that would be preferable.
I think I'd like to do that. Our technical support's going to end in about 10 minutes. So can we get Dr. Henderson on and get his presentation in, and then hopefully, perhaps, I hope we can keep a quorum for maybe another 15 or 20 minutes past 1. Can we get him online?
Yes, Henderson has been unmuted.
Dr.
Okay.
Henderson.
I'm here. I wasn't sure what the commission wanted to know about infectious disease. The description was somewhat vague, but we do monitor and report on a quarterly basis all the findings that were requested when this process was first established. Is there anything specific before I begin, or should I just talk?
Well, Dr. Henderson, let me ask the members of the commission specific questions to Dr. Henderson. Commissioner Johnson?
Again, this is acting on the reports from the Sybil Brand Commission and the extensive evidence gathered by Sybil Brand members. But we wanted to ask, why was there such a disturbing number of positive tests in various jails for gonorrhea, syphilis, and HIV? And we wanted to see if the numbers represented an increase, and if so, why?
No, we haven't seen an increase. They reflect the percentage in the general population, remember, we also test more than the general population, right? We offer individuals coming into the jail through the inmate reception center opt-in and opt-out testing. So we provide services to a population that normally you'd have to go to your doctor's office for or an urgent care for. We're just offering it to you. And then as soon as we get a positive, we want to treat you as quickly as possible. The only change really has been we have created an opt-in syphilis point of care testing for the women at CRDF. It's part of a pilot working with the Department of Public Health. And in that case, we are trying to capture as many syphilis cases as we can due to the impact on an unborn baby should they become pregnant, right? So there is no real increase or decrease. These numbers reflect a pretty steady rate of infection.
Okay, other questions of Dr. Henderson? No, not you, Michelle. I'm talking to the other commissioners. Okay. Well, I really appreciate Dr. Henderson standing by, and I apologize that we kept you as long as we have.
Oh, not at all.
But let's turn to Captain Walker just for any report you might want to give us with respect to the second quarter report with regard to conditions of confinement. Captain
Right.
Walker, do you have anything you want to present?
Well, I have nothing that was necessarily, I guess, unusual for our report. This report is publicly available on LASD.org under our transparency section. I just know from the Civil Brand Commission meeting, there was questions about the infections and the communicable disease rate, whether or not they came in with that or if it was spread within the facility. So I know that Dr. Henderson was here to address that, but I can address the rest of the report if needed.
Let's just ask if there are any questions of you with respect to anything else in the report. And I apologize too, I wasn't actually at the meeting, the joint meeting with the Civil Brand Commission. Other commissioners were, even though we didn't have a quorum. So let me just ask if there are any questions that any other commissioners have of Captain Williams in particular. Yes.
I was just one point of clarification is that you're saying that you do testing when they are onboarded, right? And then there's numbers for if they actually got it after they were in and they have a negative test at the beginning, but then have a positive test later on.
Yeah,
No, we don't actually report on that. It would be tough to tease out, but it's certainly something I can look at. That's an interesting question, sir. It would be primarily for the bloodborne diseases. So we can actually see that. It would be crude numbers, but I mean, it would be something I could certainly look at.
So just to be clear, you're saying that the testing of them when they come inside the facility would be the hard thing to do?
No, sir.
Oh.
No, sir. We do testing when you come in. You don't have to take the test when you come in, right? We offer testing throughout your stay as a patient. So you could have gotten in clinic, you could get it on the intake. But what you're asking, I think what I'm hearing you ask is, does anyone come in and test negative and then during their stay become positive?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, and I have never looked at that. It's an interesting question. I understand what you're asking, and I can certainly see if I can tease anything out of the numbers to find out. You'd have had to be tested twice, and you'd have to stay long enough to turn positive, but I certainly could look.
Okay, let me ask the conditions of confinement ad hoc to follow up with Dr. Henderson on that issue.
Sure.
Excuse me, yes, Commissioner Cooper.
Yeah, I had a question for the doctor. You mentioned about women in the syphilis testing. Are women notified that they're going to be part of some type of research study?
Well, it's not research, ma'am. It's Department of Public Health trying to get, so a syphilis test, let's say, could take 12 hours because we have to send it to a laboratory. In that time, you may be released. You may not be there for the result. And as you would imagine, being informed about your condition is the biggest step to getting treatment. So by doing the test with a point of care test, when you're standing right there and giving you a preliminary result, you're aware, even if you're released, that you need to follow up with the Department of Public Health to initiate further testing and treatment. It's just an attempt by us to move screening, make screening as quickly as possible and provide answers to people. It's not a research, no one's going to publish anything. This is not a research. This is trying to bring healthcare as close to the front door as possible because many of our clients, patients are only with us for a short period of time. We don't have the opportunity to always close the loop like I'd like to.
Are you keeping data on how many opt out versus the
No,
ones
ma'am.
who test?
No, ma'am, it's an opt-in. We offer and you say yes or no, which is different than the opt-out where we assume you're yes and then you tell us no. So we are offering this to the women as they come in through the inmate reception center. And again, it's got limited hours. It's provided by the Department of Public Health. It's a pilot. And we're just trying to get, again, that gap between diagnosis and treatment to shorten for a vulnerable population.
Other questions of Dr. Henderson or Captain Walker? Okay, look, we appreciate your standing around as long as you have. You got to hear the whole commission meeting because the last item, which is the presentation of the two captain model, I've notified the 4 captains that were standing by that that's not going to go forward. We don't have time to get that in. And the executive director has indicated that she will schedule a noticed virtual webinar of the Oversight Commission where we could just focus on the two captain model, which is really one of the pretty important recommendations of the Civilian Oversight Commission with respect to the deputy gang, deputy clique issue within at least certain patrol stations. Okay, thank you, Captain Walker. Thank you, Dr. Henderson. We're going to hear public comment, and maybe we're only going to hear public comment by people here in person because I think we're going to lose our virtual capability. So it's just going to be public commented to anybody here that signed up for public comment for this item or for general public comment. Let's just start. Let's roll with that.
Yes, our first public comment is from Tramell Carter. And then if we can have Michelle Infante get in line next, please.
Do I begin? All right, I'm responding to the captain's response. So he said that within 5 days, if an emergency complaint is filed, you're notified. I was incarcerated October 16th. I was released October 24th. I filed an emergency complaint about being listed as schizophrenic. No one came and asked me any questions. When I got out of custody, I contacted the assistant sheriff who disappeared. I contacted her office. They told me they're still looking into the complaint. So it's contradictory to what he stated that within 5 days, they will look to see if it's an emergency or not. No one has ever responded to the October 16th complaint. And again, when I contacted the assistant sheriff's office, her office hangs up the telephone and say they're busy. When I contacted the OG's office, Dara and the inspector general, they said, oh, this is Carter again. And the staff members told me they were told to hang up the telephone, that they've already taken complaints against me. So it's kind of confusing. Also with the doctor's response, if he has not analyzed what the question that Arthur raised, if the doctor has not analyzed parts of a report that he's supposed to be reporting on, if he has not looked at how, if people are coming in versus the way they're exiting with the spikes going up, how is the doctor ethically giving a report if he hasn't fully did a full analysis? So it's contradictory to my October 16th complaint versus what this captain who just disappeared stated, because no one has notified me. And I also wrote on the complaint, you can put your address if you're out of custody. No one has written me. And again, when I contact the assistant sheriff, they'll tell me that they're busy or they'll hang up the phone. So I feel that this is very much contradictory to the emergency stance on the complaint because no one has contacted me. And what if I would have really lost my mind within the 5 days because I'm not schizophrenic of being in a situation like that? So I feel that people just come here and just say things to leave, to get paid to leave. And also the relationship between Dara and the assistant sheriff and the sheriff department, it's a little biased just on the face. Their relationship is biased on the face.
Ms. Infante.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Infante. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. Regarding the grievances, once again, the Sheriff's Department says that they have a triplicate. There's no reason why that triplicate couldn't be torn and ripped off and given to the OIG and the COC, and including the cage person that's there. There's no reason why that can't happen, because if the paper's already there in triplicate, you should be receiving a copy so that you could keep the data and start collecting it. I just want to say something really quick regarding the OIG's report. I appreciate that the OIG does the work, but I want to make sure that I make this statement in front of everyone, and it's directed to the OIG and to Ms. Williams. You state that none of the people in the dorm alerted the sheriff's personnel or medical staff that a person was in medical distress in terms of talking about Title 15 and the safety checks. Well, I don't know if you know this, but it's not the responsibility of a caged person to do the job of the sheriff's department. So when you put that in there, again, I'm going to let you guys know what happens is this information and the way that it's written goes to trial and people read it, and it's very misleading because you're taking away all the responsibility from the sheriffs and putting it on that there were not anybody that was in there that was caged that alerted personnel. Again, it's not their responsibility. It's the sheriff's department.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more public comments. Chair,
Go ahead.
2 minutes, or are we going down to 1 minute? We're after.
I think we can do 2 minutes here. So yeah, if we only have 3, because that's going to conclude, and then we'll be in a position to adjourn. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Gordon.
Our next public comment is Raquel Durfler. And then if we can have Crystal, and I can't make out the last name. It looks like Chavez. Get in line.
Good afternoon. In the summer of 2019, this commission voted unanimously to support a resolution condemning the use of the Fort Apache seal by LASD personnel. The seal was created actually in protest of then Sheriff Pitch's order that East LA deputies not use force on anti-Vietnam War protesters during the 1970s Chicano moratorium. So this October 20th, or in October of this year, East LA residents photographed deputies wearing pins with this exact symbol. These same deputies pepper sprayed into a crowd of folks who were out celebrating the Dodgers World Series win. As you know, people of LA love their Dodgers, especially in Latino community. It's like a big deal. So in this crowd, it was actually families. So when we talk about crowds, it's not the people that they said were rioting or putting buses on fire. These were people just walking down the street. So they tear gassed into that crowd. So there was obviously elders, young children. They didn't care. They didn't care because it was brown and black community. And they view them as not human, like it doesn't matter. And that they know with the media coverage of like that bus is on fire, the general public's gonna be, oh, they had to because people were rioting. So Cancel the Contract is here to ask this commission to once again request that Sheriff Luna ban that symbol, and actually the Office of Inspector General actually open investigations into that incident. There is photographic evidence and video of what those sheriff's deputies were doing and the logo pins that they were wearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
On August 29, 1970, we had the Chicano moratorium. That was more than 50 years ago. But you would think that we were reliving it on October 20, 2024 on Whittier Boulevard after the Dodgers won the series, where many Chicanos took to the streets to celebrate. East LA sheriffs set up with riot gear way before the game even finished. They showed up wearing Fort Apache low-profile pins, firing tear gas and flashbangs onto children, women, and men without warning. In what seemed to look like a training ground or practice session for the sheriff's department riot team, it was a war zone. People in their homes had tear gas seeping into their living rooms, bedrooms, and family areas. Homes where kids and seniors reside. Imagine your grandparent, your child, or your grandchild inside their home. A home is where you should be safe. But on that day, even if you were inside, you were not safe. Nobody can tell me what happened that day because I saw everything transpired live. I witnessed a car and the side of a business get set on fire with flashbangs that deputies fired onto crowds. Flashbangs and tear gas canisters are known to cause fires upon explosion. But the news media wants to cover the bus that was set on fire. For all we know, that bus could have been set on fire with a flashbang. The lack of respect for our community is very sad and angering. Just to think 50 years later, we're in the same position. A group of people just wanted to celebrate their home team victory. Who are they protecting if they are attacking the community itself? I'm going to leave you with this. Would this have happened in Beverly Hills, Silver Lake, or Malibu, where many celebrations have been held in the streets?
Thank you. Our final public comment is from Francisco Corona.
Mr. Corona.
Thank you once again. A few months ago, I filed a complaint on a deputy. I made a call to the station. The deputy told me that the police were already on it and hung up the phone on me. A few minutes later, the deputy called me back and said if I was still on scene, that he would like for me to describe the individual. At that time, I told him that I was going to file a formal complaint because of him being so rude. I got the result from the complaint. The deputy was found guilty of being negligent. When I called his supervisor to ask him what was resulted from that complaint, he said he couldn't disclose that information. So I did not feel comfortable knowing what what actions were taken against this deputy. Is there anything that your department can do so we can get clarified when we file complaints? Because if they're telling us, yeah, it got resolved, it was taken care of, what happened? Did he get a slap on the hand and that's it? Did he get days off? Did he get retrained? We don't know any of this because it's all confidential. They told me they couldn't tell me any information, that it was resolved, and that's it. And I did not feel comfortable. And I feel very sad that Mr. Luna and his assistant did not stay till the end of the meeting. It shows how much they care about the community and how much they care about your organization. And also the Office of Inspector General over there laughing with the assistant. Very unprofessional, very unprofessional. I did capture you on video, and I will be posting it on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, everywhere else. Very unprofessional woman. Thank you.
There are no further public comments.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Corona. And look, also going back to the earlier presentations, once again, the commission has been presented with information. I'll call it citizen, we'll call it resident complaint of misconduct by the Sheriff's Department. And once again, we're confronted with the issue that we've been talking about earlier in our meeting. But I do think that that should be taken seriously, and I think that we should determine whether or not there is any investigation. We don't need to know what's happening at this point if it's an active investigation, but I think we are entitled to know whether there's an investigation or not into the possible misuse of pepper spray, flashbangs, and the like in East Los Angeles, and also the issue of, which is very troubling, I mean, the continued use of the Fort Apache logo at East LA. I could make another comment, but I won't. I think at this point, let me ask the executive director, maybe working with the Office of Inspector General, however you best want to proceed, but we would like to know whether at least the matter's being investigated. And we also would like to know the status of the policy with respect to the Fort Apache logo and have a report back by the Sheriff's Department on that subject, hopefully at our next meeting, ideally. Okay. The next meeting, the next public hearing of the Civilian Oversight Commission is scheduled for December 19th, 2024 at the Board of Supervisors hearing room at the Board of, no, excuse me. That hasn't happened yet. At presumably at St. Anne's, but we'll send out a notice as to the exact place of our next public hearing on December 19th, 2024. Before we adjourn this hearing of the Oversight Commission, let me just ask, though, any commissioners, any thoughts, comments, or observations before we adjourn? All right, I hear none. So, look, I want to thank everybody for their participation. This hearing of the Civilian Oversight Commission now stands adjourned.
Ms. Chavez, Ms. Chavez, can I get your name so that we can follow up with the Sheriff's Department about Crystal? Thank you. And okay, and did you already submit a formal complaint to the Sheriff's Department? I did see your press conference, and Lieutenant Rivers and I have discussed it, but it might be beneficial for me to be able to contact you in order to see if they'll start an investigation. If it's up to you, obviously. So if I, okay, I'll contact you. Okay, thank you.